Morning to all of you.
So many awards that the producers decided to turn it into a reality show.
Where is we?
For the Smokers on our quiz. Emmy, Tony, and Oscar-nominated actor Brian Tyree Henry tells us how he plans to get nominated for a Grammy. And Bill Curtis reveals how he asked me to fill in this week.
Okay.
We'll ask who's really being too polite on our quiz, which is coming up right after this hour's news.
For us, it will be in just a few minutes. Okay, that's set and done. So now I got some catching up to do with Comcast. So let's take care of Comcast first. And as I take care of that to finish the catch up process, let's go ahead and do the Wordle for today.
When they go to things with a plant-based stuff, but they used a plant-based shampoo, which I'm pretty sure is just normal shampoo. But now that we're overcorrecting, I can't wait to see the new Windex now with layup.
Weedy. That's today's word.
Right now, panel, time for you to answer some questions about this week's news. Luke whipped second off the Pentagon, and he's making changes, according to CBS News.
So, playing catch up is our first deal of business. And then I realized that yesterday we didn't get a chance to go through and add stuff to the monthly test list. We're going to do that today as part of today's tasks. So let's see if they have the stuff ready for May. It doesn't look like yet, so maybe they haven't updated the information, but let's look and see. It looks like the dates are set. So Wednesday, May 7th is when we get our when we get our spring quarter of alert ready tests. The Comcast was not glitchy like this before. So why is it glitchy now and they're not even bothering to fix it?
It is 60 degrees with mostly sunny skies at 11:18. I'm Michael Ponte, and thank you for spending part of your Sunday with us. More with you in just a minute. WBZ supported by the Fresh Market with stores now open in Northbrook and Algonquin, offering fresh seasonal ingredients, ready to cook entrees, and fully prepped meals. Details and more locations at thefreshmarket.com. And by now with 100 more, Chicago is a destination. Trials, major investigations, at least each party wealth, and transactional service. With growing calls from Washington to defund public media, the future of independent journalism depends on you. You are the key to keeping public media public. Right now, your impact goes twice as far. Every new and increased gift is matched up to $60,000 thanks to Diana and David Moore and an anonymous foundation. Stand with us and make your voice heard by visiting wpc.org/donate and double your impact today. The news is coming at us really fast these days. You don't have to keep up alone. Join us every weekday on Morning Edition from NPR for updates, context, and analysis. Start your day with 91.5 WPC.
So they're at the Studebaker, which is where it's normally done.
Chris, how are you doing this week? But I love when a true nerd calls it out. Thank you so much for joining us. You're going to play a word game in which you must try to solve two sentence.
Suggest yesterday and AMN beginning at 7:07 a.m. and ending at 8:07 a.m. This is a required weekly test. This is of your test. Red River Regional Dispatch.
And you
The simplifies the shoot required forecast in the AMN beginning at 7:07 a.m. and ending at 8:07 a.m. This is a required weekly test. This is of your test. Red River Regional Dispatch Center.
step on. Right step, missing the right step, and then waiting again for the right step. One day he didn't know the escalator. Leg got sucked in. His trousers down and showing off his tidy whities. It was a double whammy childhood nightmare. He was rescued. Were treated to the rear end of a man perched like he was getting a public prostate exam. Cut him out of the pants, after which he scurried to the men's section looking business on top, party on the bottom. Nowadays, and your next story of a wee one's word comes from Babylon. Moral of the story, if your date starts with yard work and turns into a rescue op and then ends with relationship titles, congratulations, you're not in love, you're in a lifetime loop. It's real from Brian Babylon. And your last story of a fear becoming fact comes from Luke Burbank. Kylie Hogan of Cooper Pedy, Australia, knew she wasn't losing her mind. The married mother of three kept telling her husband, Paul, she was hearing something or someone under the bed after he'd fall asleep at night. But his response was, nah, it's your imagination. But in fact, as the Cooper PD Times reported recently, nar, it wasn't just her imagination. The noises were coming from under the house, in the ground, where a sinkhole was slowly opening up. When the city finally came out to investigate, it turned out the hole was part of a rich vein of opals. Fortunately, the family had to move out of their home, which was torn down. But fortunately, they now own the rights to a very profitable opal operation, allowing them to build a huge new home just down the street, complete with toilets that flush in the normal direction, and a beautiful fenced backyard where the family's pet koala, Crikey, can relax with her babies, safe from area dingoes.
I wonder if that backyard has a pool.
Nagine's story of a man getting pants by an escalator during a big day at work, a man getting stuck in quicksand on a stage, and from Luke, a woman who finds out the monster under her bed is actually a sea. So which one? I go with the Luke's because it sounds more realistic. It don't know how long. Okay, so this week is a big story about Australia. To find out the correct answer, we spoke to a reporter covering the real story. There are probably easier ways to get a girlfriend than getting stuck in quicksand. There is. That was Kara Berg of the Detroit News talking about the quicksand romance. I'm so sorry, Chris, but Brian had the real answer. You gotta go with your heart. You gotta go with your heart, and that's how you should think about your law school finals. Chris, I'm sorry you didn't win, but you did earn a point for Luke, so thank you so much. And now the game we call Not My Job. Brian Tyree Henry is an Oscar, Emmy, and Tony nominated actor who first came to national attention playing the rapper Paperboy in FX's Atlanta. Since then, he's been a superhero, a transformer, and in his new show Dirt Thief, a small town grifter pretending to be a DEA agent. Thank God I flushed all my drugs before this interview started.
All right.
Oh, great. Okay, I'll have my toilet burp mine back.
All right, on to the next part.
The pinnacle of cinematic success. I mean, voicing Smokey Bear.
The pinnacle of cinematic success.
Oh, wow. Truly love going to national parks shirtless and often feel like it was a method acting. Yeah. Literally wrote down the question, are you the reason Smokey Bear is hot now?
My goodness.
I would say Smokey or the Bullfoods. So clearly. Right. Mary
All right, let's continue.
Simple stories. The simple, the team center.
I think. Also wanted to ask about a different role, which I read about and I wasn't sure if it was a rumor. Of the three sisters. Okay.
8:38. Yep. 7:31. 6:59. 5:45. Yep, that's in place. Okay. We are almost there. Okay, 6:12.
Where there's a population of 300 people and somebody is going to scream paperboy at me. But it's changing. I went to my local grocery store not too long ago because yes, I like to buy my own groceries every month. And this woman was like, "Hey, I just want you to know that I just want to know, are you the actor from Dopey?" And I threw my arms around like, yes, I am. So much. So it's all shifting, but Paperboy is the huge what you think that. Was it earworm? Was it
So this is video number 2. All right. 9:59. This one actually went at 12:11 a.m., but I did not get it. So in this Sunday test video this week, instead of seeing the individual websites, when I'm connected to the PC, I've actually decided to try out the new website that I finished. A new website that I finished creating yesterday, in fact. I finished it yesterday. On last night's show, last night we showed you the final stages of the construction of it. And this one was 427. And then something else too that we did. We tried applying the famous random character extravaganza show that we usually do on Friday nights. Last night I had a creative idea of yeah, I added it as a tried it out as a full show, and boy, we had a lot of fun. And I even applied the tactic from like the third or fourth installment of this, where I had the Lemvines and Talking Ginger on the screen at the same time. This was the first. This was this was a fun part where I filled up the puzzle board with nothing but grave accents. Although I forgot about the fact that it wasn't going to reveal itself right away. And those grave accents led to the game giving Una something that I think she enjoys. And then here's another fun part. This was another fun part. A puzzle full of exclamation mark. Yep, filled it up with nothing but exclamation mark. And then it was really funny. There are just so many fun parts of this.
Wait to join us on air. We'll be back in a few. What's coming up next on news from NPR.
Good morning. It's 60 degrees with sunny skies at 11 a.m. Whether you're heading or on your way to buy something for the Blue or the Tuck game, thank you for spending part of your Sunday with Hang. Or wait is coming up. WBZ supported by the
9:53. And then we'll just add this. And that's that. Five. This. Alright, guys, that was so much fun. I enjoyed that. I really did. Okay. Anyway, now on to our. Now on to our.
Support for NPR comes from NPR station and
Alright, I'll go ahead and clear the severe weather drills list because we're not going to need it. But we are going to set up right now the alert ready stuff. Let's start with that. So, Alberta. So, they're all going to be on May 7th. So, Alberta will be at 2:55. British Columbia and Yukon. Now, alert ready streams will not be able to go through my logger. So let's see. Wait, Yukon. There we go. That's the right one. So let me get this right here. So they're 2 hours behind as well, just like the Pacific time. So 3:55 then will be British Columbia and Yukon. Saskatchewan and Manitoba, I believe. Manitoba will be at 1:55. Next up is New Brunswick. Wow. Wow. Okay, so they're a few hours ahead of us. 2 hours ahead. So 10:55 a.m. So that would be 8:55 a.m. in Central Time. So 8:55 a.m. Central. Newfoundland and Labrador is then next on the list. Newfoundland and Labrador were in. Let's do Newfoundland. And we'll just pick a random area. So they're ahead by 3 hours. So that will actually be. So that is actually going to be one of the first ones. 7:45 a.m. Northwest Territories. That will be at 8:50. Wait, 10:55 because that's Mountain Time. They're an hour behind us. So 1:55. So then 11:55 would be 9 a.m. 12:55 would be 10 a.m. So then Nova Scotia will be at 11:55 a.m. I'll have to look at the stream information for 1 p.m. for Nunavut. All right, continuing on. So I'll just add Ontario to Nova Scotia. And Prince Edward Island, it's already in the right place. And then Saskatchewan. Yeah, 12:55 p.m. Nope, 9 a.m. p.m. And we already have Yukon. So we're all set. We can go to province info. See what stations we can do. All right. So I got the information in for Canada. Now, on to updating the. Now we'll move on to updating the severe weather monitors. But actually, there's something else I want to take care of first. Oh my god. That is quite a weird shape. That is quite a weird shape for the slight risk. And we have our information now for Tuesday. Let's see. Now, everything I have already set up should be up to date. So we're going to update the severe weather monitors. So the severe weather monitors is what we'll update next. And then what has changed for day 4? Nothing much has changed. So I have decided then that Thursday. So I've decided then that Thursday we will premiere yesterday's compilation of everything from Friday and yesterday. So everything that started with the Friday tests and ended with the that one other weekly. So I went ahead and got that rendered last night. And so yeah, I went ahead and got that rendered last night and got that taken care of. So now I don't need to worry about it. Another Comcast? Didn't I just take care of one? So yeah, as I said, we took care of our games yesterday. We were able to get those in.
Your first question. Fill in the blank. On Monday, Marco Rubio unveiled plans for massive announced plans to retire. Dick Durbin. Right. This week, health officials warned that if vaccination rates continue to decline, the U.S. could see millions of new cases of blank. If you're a little severe alopecia area. The dream location blank. Sand. The bit of a cannibal store show. I was gonna say that. On Wednesday, Olympic gymnast blank won her fourth world sports championship. This week, NASA celebrated the 35th anniversary of the Blank telescope. Hubble, right. After celebrating a bachelor party, a man in Ireland spent the next 3 weeks trying to blank. No. His wedding. Trying to remember where he parked. Parking his car, the man went out, searching one neighborhood at a time. Thankfully, he's now found the car just in time to get wasted at the wedding reception and
Self activating. What is this crap? Oh my god. Oh, I can tell he did it with WJON. Doritos Crash Course on Windows 8. Oh, this is when Windows 8 was new. As I see the date of 2013. What the heck is this? This is like American Ninja Warrior for PC.
told him it was the fastest route.
The ROG laptop starting up.
The man escaped with pretty much no injuries. Then really bad stuff happened after the ambulance started up. Don't worry, I know a shortcut.
Burning 10 team to pro. This guy is really creative. I can tell he's pushing this thing down with a DPU in the middle. Well,
What's up with PBA? Watch those clothes. On solar panels from blank. Right. According to a new report, blank pollution levels are getting worse across the U.S. There. Could be associated with it, but affecting themselves by saying blank.
a steam train excursion in model form. Can you use an iPad as an iPhone? Well, actually, you can. If your iPhone and iPad are connected to the same Wi-Fi network and also, I don't know, Yeah, let's see. Well, let's see who won. Let's see who won this lightning fast fill in the blank game.
Well, more point total of 16. It was close, but not a winner.
Yes, he is. All right, one moment, please. All right, I noticed I missed my cue. Mother is choosing to make dinner early today. I had to help her with part of it, so that's done. Dinner's moving along smoothly. Yeah, we're having meatloaf tonight, and she told me about some of the ingredients that we use. And I see Franklin County's already released his intro for the summer. Does he have it? He got a 12996, apparently. Was this music he created homemade? Was this the music in the intro? Did he create that himself? I wonder if he created that music himself. I don't know. That's so it looks like this is to go through the second half of the year. So it'll go from June to the end of 2025. Now, of course, I do have this is the second of my intros. It started in March, and this one will end in June. Then I have another one that will run from June to. That's going to run from June to. That will run from June to October. And then the last intro, and then the final one will run from October until November. We'll run from October to the last part of November, where then our Christmas intro will follow, and then January we make the official rebrand. Now there are a few more things that we're going to take care of here. Next on our list is to take care of the severe weather event and the monthly test list. Now, I was thinking of a new strategy for the monthly tests. I was thinking of a new strategy, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it a little later. So, we're going to go ahead right now and take our first commercial break, and then we're going to do all of that when we come back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm back from lunch. We're all caught up with the Sunday stuff, so I guess we're ready to go ahead and export it. We're all ready to go ahead and finalize the product here. There we go. Okay. I will get that uploaded in just a little bit. But right now, let's get to our other piece of business. If we go back to day one, here is the day one. Let me look at the severe weather monitor list that I put down. This is only a marginal, so I don't know how this is going to play out. Well, let's look at the radar information and see what we've got. It's supposed to hit 70 today, so oh, it actually got down to 69. But look at the daily. We're going to go right up to 84. Then we're supposed to remain in the 70s for a while after that. So let's see here. I don't think we're going to get anything much. Yeah, I don't expect anything much from this marginal risk, but if anything does end up coming up, I'm probably not going to be surprised. But we'll see. Alright, and then if we look at Monday, as you can see, nothing much has changed from the moderate risk. Nothing much has changed, but I want to take a look and see. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find his post from yesterday. Okay. So, from what I can see, the moderate risk has actually been expanded slightly. So I can see the moderate has slightly been expanded. And the slight risk is covering more and more of Michigan now. So, particularly on the western end, going from the lower peninsula up to the upper peninsula. And it looks like this risk even partially even goes into Canada. So it looks like Canada could actually be getting some stuff too along with this. Now, as I said, when I first found out about this moderate risk, this is day 2 now. When I first found out about this moderate risk, I have decided that we are going to be canceling Minecraft tomorrow. So we will not be doing our Minecraft show tomorrow, so keep that in mind. We are not doing Minecraft tomorrow because of this risk right here. Because as Washington said in his post, this is going to be the first time that he has actually been in a moderate risk. And he also mentions that this could be the worst severe outbreak that he has been in by far. Meanwhile, as for here in Chicago, we have a combination of enhanced and slight. The Rockford area is actually in the enhanced risk, and then the rest of northern and central Illinois are in the slight risk area. So we will be activating severe weather mode on the weather scan as soon as. Yeah, we'll be activating severe weather mode on the weather scan as soon as a watch probability is sent out. As soon as the first watch probability goes out and it's for the moderate risk, we go to severe weather coverage straight away. And I'm pretty sure because this is a moderate risk, I'm sure John's going to be activating red mode on his weather scan things. Which, if you all may remember, that's something he forgot to change. He forgot to change a lot of the stuff back until just recently when those issues happened. But I want to take this time now and just make sure everything is all set to go for that. Right. Everything is all set to go for that risk. Nothing else much we need to change. Now it's day 3, the risk that we got to talk about. Let me go ahead and render the. Let me go ahead and upload the Sunday test now. A name that we probably haven't used in a while. Dated April 27th. Give the credit where credit is due. Now, let's look at the day 3 outlook. Give it a second to load. And give it a second to load up. And to Tuesday. Okay. Alright. Let's get the information in for Tuesday. I'm going to save the changes and close the Sunday auto test document. Okay. Let's start at the top and we'll work our way down. As we always do, right? So, Wakefield, no Wakefield at the moment. Oh boy, okay. So, Albany, New York could be doing stuff. Dang it. Alright. Alright, so that's Albany. Amarillo could be doing stuff, so let's add them in. For what it looks like, this could actually be a continuation of the enhanced of the moderate risk tomorrow. We'll have to see how it plays out. So Monday is actually when Chicago's getting stuff, not Tuesday. So it's just going to be Monday, not Tuesday. So I guess we're good. So I guess we're good because, as you know, Tuesday is when I have that evening class, the first of my 2 evening classes for the week. So anyway, moving on. So no lacrosse, Binghamton, yeah, Binghamton. Okay, next one. Birmingham, Boise, Denver, Boston. Nope, not close. Okay, Burlington. Yeah, Burlington, Vermont could be doing some things. So let's add Burlington. Buffalo, New York, I see could be doing stuff. That out and save it. I don't know if I sent over the updated document for the severe weather stuff. I probably didn't. But whatever. No, it's not even close to Maine. Near Charleston, Berkeley State College. Yep, let's put State College in there because I'm sure they're going to be doing some stuff. All right, Dodge City. I don't expect them to do much. Duluth, Des Moines, Detroit. No Detroit either. Kansas City. Here we go. Paso, Austin. Austin, no. I don't expect Fort Worth to do stuff either, but if anything changes, I'll revise the list as necessary. I don't expect Goodland to do anything either. Nah, it's not close enough for Great Maine. But if I have to add it, I will. Houston, Huntsville. The Wilmington, Ohio, will be doing stuff, as well as Indianapolis. Northern Indiana looks to be in the risk too, so let's add them in. It's too bad Drew's going to be missing out on what's to come, but I furthermore hope he's enjoying his time in Florida so far. Well, let's move on. Louisville could be doing some stuff tomorrow, Tuesday too. So let's add them in. Nope, Chicago is not in it. St. Louis isn't in it either. Well, actually, I've learned from my mistake because when St. Louis was doing stuff, some things went over KVO 89, and I wasn't expecting them to do anything. But I'm gonna add KDO 89 this time, just in case. Just in case anything ends up happening. Because remember, even in a general risk, things can still happen. There could still be some severe storms in a general risk. We've seen it happen before. Anyway, moving on. Little Rock. Midland. This is something I did not have prepared. I did not prepare that one well yesterday. You all could obviously tell. Memphis, let's add them two in case they do stuff. Miami, Medford, Newport, no Milwaukee, Melbourne, Mobile, Twin Cities, Marquette, Morristown, no Morristown, no Omaha either, they're outside of it. Nashville, no, I don't expect Nashville to do stuff. Norman is in the slight risk, and so is Paducah from what I've seen, what I see. So we'll just go ahead and get them in there. Let's add Pittsburgh too. They could be doing stuff as well. I think I missed one. I think I missed an office. Now that I see Pittsburgh, I must have missed Cleveland. I must have missed Cleveland on the list. CTP, BUF. This is CLE. This is where CLE is supposed to go. Alright, continuing on now. Okay, we're on Pittsburgh currently. Well, let's continue from there. No, I don't expect Mount Holly to do anything. Raleigh, Riverton, Charleston, West Virginia is in the risk, so let's add that in. I don't expect Blacksburg to do anything either. Springfield is partially in the risk, but they could do stuff, so let's add them into just in case. And then Shreveport isn't in it, but I know Tulsa. Oh, yes, San Angelo is. There's actually one more stream, and I have yet to carry that over from the other system. And then Tulsa is, I believe, the last one. And yep, that's it. So. And then Wednesday, we don't have any information for it as of this time. And there's the notification that my Sunday video upload was successful. So let me go ahead and also revise this list now to remove all that stuff. Okay, so the severe weather monitors are all ready to go for the coming week. Now, up next here, and as I said yesterday, I never got a chance to put down the monthly test. Now, I was actually thinking about it this morning. So I was thinking we're gonna try a new strategy when it comes to monthly tests. As you all may know, I have been programming reminders into my phone, and in recent months, I believe I found the reminder system on my phone to be a bit obsolete, considering now that I have my IP radio station. And since I've been forgetting to put monthly tests into my station, particularly nighttime months, I have decided we're gonna try something new. We're going to ditch the reminder system entirely. We're going to ditch the reminder system entirely on the iPhone, and I'm going to start something new. Just like I do with the severe weather stuff, I'm going to actually write down a list of stations to add for the monthly tests, like I do with severe weather. Because as you know, the goal of my station is to relay stuff that other participants otherwise don't. So I'm creating a list of monthly tests like I do with severe weather. So that way, I'll just go into this document each and every, just go into this document each and every day, and along with the weeklies, alongside the auto tests, add in the monthlies that are set to be happening. So that's what I'll do. So with May coming up, we're going to go ahead and begin there. We're going to go ahead and start there. So first up, now I don't care about the times. I just need the areas, and I think this will kind of speed things up a bit. So first up is Del Norte. I'll just move this over so that way I can keep it all together. San Luis Obispo. Orange County, California. Hawaii. As for Hawaii, KHPR is actually already going to be on there. John's going to probably take it right away, so it's probably going to disregard HPR as a duplicate. And then the second is the Central Upper Peninsula, which I do have. So we'll add that in. There's nothing for the third, so we go down to May 4th. What the hell am I saying? The Mid-Hudson and does this also take the Lower Hudson? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. And of course, I will revise this list as necessary in case any times are different or if stations go later than expected. We're going by streams here. And WSLU is going to be coming from the Sunday test from last night. So that'll be for the 5th. And let's try KXPR instead for Sacramento. Let's try it and see what happens. We're going to try this station instead. Again. South Central Michigan, and North Puget, and Lewis, County, Washington. Okay, that completes the 5th. We go to the 6th now. Central Puget,
Okay.
Massachusetts,
It's to the side. Radio, water, yep, heat. All right?
Capital District of New York, Ventura, California,
Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
says Arkansas is supposed to be testing that day. Let's see if they do. Mason, Thurston. We'll already have WBAP in there for Texas as well as Illinois. Now it's for Tennessee and Oklahoma. I'm going to switch out LAC with ETS because I don't think I do not think LAC streams alerts. I don't think they do. Yeah, I clearly don't think they do. So, Buffalo, New York, and the Inland Northwest. That completes that. But actually, there's one more. Did I add Yellowstone in here? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Alright. And then for Wednesday, Oregon will be doing local testing. So we're going to add in the local Oregon clusters. This one is Portland. Since this thing hasn't been taking anything from K-Frog, I'm just going to go ahead and put KGAY in its place. See how it handles that. Colorado is supposed to be and then Iowa. Although I will have WHO in the list, I'm still going to add an extra in case the stream fails to take it. In case the stream fails for whatever reason. And then for Wisconsin, since it's going to be originated by NWR, we're just going to go ahead and throw in all the stations that cover Wisconsin. So that includes all transmitters of NWS La Crosse, KC78 Ashland, Wisconsin, yep. All transmitters of NWS Green Bay, and I think that leaves one more, Milwaukee. And then all transmitters of NWS Milwaukee. Oh yeah, and then KC65 and WXJ88. And now I think that's it. No more offices that cover Wisconsin. Okay, let's continue. Imperial, California. Monterey. And whatever stations remain who has not tested, those will be hard coded into the monitors and will remain until that area runs a monthly. They're going to be at the very back, like right in the very back of the queue. And there's supposed to be one more too, KZXY. Okay. And I'm probably just going to keep KJY in there for that one. Okay. And then New Mexico. I didn't add a station in there for West Central, but it will go through CAP. So. And instead of WNYC, I'm going to do WABC. I'm going to do that one instead for New York City. Vermont Amber test to satisfy the monthly requirement. Now, I'm pretty sure it's going to be done as the live code, but I'll go ahead and add Vermont Public Radio in there. am going in order, and if there's anything missing, I will add it in. And then Alaska, North Central Washington, Minnesota, and North Dakota. Okay. Okay. Actually, there's one more thing that's supposed to finish Wednesday off. That's Connecticut. A lot of these times are in Eastern time. All right. Then we move on to the 8th. Alex County, Washington. Rochester. Coastal Washington. I don't know if WON still streams alerts. Because I think it seems like they stopped. But I'm going to have them added for. Forget it. It's going to go through CAP. It'll take it through CAP, and that's that. It's going to take it through CAP, and that's that. Now, ERX is going to be part of North Carolina, so we'll keep them there. And then Long Island. I will not have this in my monitor because I usually have it in the monitors for when they're doing a weekly, but not for monthly texts. And I don't have anything for Yakima, but again, I'll make changes if anything ends up happening. Or if I find a station. Next up, Clallam. Then Washtenaw. Okay. Then we go to Friday now. Now we march on to Friday the 9th. So Utah. Then the Columbia Basin of Washington. We'll have KDVL already in there for Kiss County. And finally, the eastern Upper Peninsula. So I'm going to have to find a different station for the eastern Upper Peninsula. Streams. Let's see here. WCCY. For West Central Michigan, Eastern Upper Peninsula, probably a little clearer. Okay. Okay. So we'll do that then. So I'm going to go ahead and add that too. All right, nothing on the 10th. On to the 12th now. Just East Central Michigan, because we're going to let John handle Louisiana through CAP. We don't have a known area for Lake Mendocino, so we're going to let Comcast handle that. Now, Fresno is supposed to be originating the monthly for that. So we'll add both streams of Hanford for the 13th. Virginia is supposed to originate that day as well. Western Michigan. Let's see if I remember what station to use. Let's do WCSG for this one. Let's do CSG. Because I have it right here at the very back of the list, so let's do that. And I think I just realized Connecticut in there twice is an error. So Connecticut is supposed to be on the 13th. Francisco.
Station. It's time. Don't tell me. This one just okay.
Up next, Ohio. I should have DDG already in there. Humboldt, California.
Okay. Let me check here. What's this today in the risk?
Southwest Michigan. And then Central. Alright. Kentucky. Next. 15 now. 15.
Cities.
Link is incorrect for WQLN. Somebody in John's general actually sent a new link for QLN. If you find it. Let's see. Where is it at? So this is the new URL for WQLN. So let me switch that. And I'm going to add this to my default configuration as well, replacing WBGY because now we know what their time is. Yeah. Now we know what their time is. To the present. And he just left. Alright, and then the western. You could set possibly other areas too. Well, let's look at Marquette and or Gaylord rather. Let's see. Sault Ste. Marie does WIMI. I'll add that in for the western upper peninsula. There is also a northwestern upper peninsula. Oh, WOLV. What's that? Indiana. Let me just go ahead and split down the last few numbers. So we're going to try this instead of the reminder system, and we'll see how this goes. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. We go to the 20th now. New Jersey. Nebraska. And WAO should already be in there for Florida. So we go now to the 21st. Shasta. DC. Binghamton. And Georgia. 22nd is New Hampshire, who's always obsessed with sending demos every day. Southeast Michigan. And then South Carolina. And the 23rd is Maine. Who's going to be originating that? The Maine Public Broadcasting Network. The Maine Public Broadcasting. Who's the originator? WBQE. Okay. So for Maine, we'll try their classical. We'll try Maine Public's classical channel. BQE is classical. Seems like BQA is also classical. Okay. Well, never mind that. We'll do their classical. We'll try their classical channel. That's already it. All right. So then 24, 25, 26. Then we go to the 27th. Okay, and next should already be in there for Los Angeles. Now, I think this is incorrect because Fresno and Kern should be testing together. Both clusters should go at the same time. But this information may not be accurate, so we're going to see if that's the case. I forgot South Dakota. This is their public broadcasting service, so we'll do that. We'll let John handle Cap for Missouri as well as Maryland. And then the 28th is Northeast and Northwest Michigan. And we'll let John handle Cap for Nevada. Okay, well, that's it. We got all the monthlies in for the coming week, for the coming month. Now, let me go ahead and back up the Sunday test video and clear out all the other stuff. Now, it should have no claims on it. I'm going to switch out the thumbnail. That's better. I don't think that's supposed to be happening because I'm noticing a bunch of lines. I do not think that is supposed to be happening. I think something might have messed up with the cable. Let me reconnect the cable and let's see if that does anything. Disconnect. Reconnect it. Okay, let's see. We're not getting the lines again, so that fixed it. Okay. But if it does come up again, then there might be something wrong with the display driver. I don't know, but it's fine. Okay, the Sunday video should be backed up. We are good to go. All right. Now, before anything else happen, oh, let's get resized. Well, everything got shifted over. No, don't switch the display driver audio. Just leave the audio driver. Just leave the speakers that's in there. Does this monitor actually have speakers built in? I want to see. No, it does not. No, it does not, because I couldn't hear the dings when I was pressing on that thing in the start menu. Alright, and then on my phone, I'll go ahead and clear the rest of the items. I've already deleted the other stuff from this week. Oh, looks like the stuff on here is already gone. Okay. So then all I just need to do is go to recently deleted and then delete all the items. There we go. Oh, there's my videos of me riding the horse. Not the horse, but the saddle at the Texas Roadhouse. I'll show you a little bit of it in just a moment here. But first, delete. And I only had to say it once. Alright. Now clear the rest of the Sunday stuff. Okay. So if anything happens, that will start a shorter compilation. That's gonna kick off a shorter video that will include everything up to KDKA, or KDK will be uploaded as a separate thing. ROG Startup in the Dark. No, thank you. Wow. No startup sound. What a shame. Oh, there's that video from 3 years ago. I remember seeing that one too, though. And I see Johnny Thunder already made an update on the day 2 outlook. So yeah, they're in the 15% probability for tornadoes. Let's go back then to the day 2. Yeah, here's what he's talking about here: 15% tornado probability, and then of course the greatest potential is wind, and then here's the hail chance. But we can see that there's the slight risk. Yeah, you can kind of tell where the slight risk area is and everything like that. Oh man, my logger is gonna go nuts tomorrow. Yep, all the railroad signals. Amtrak 11 rescued by a washing machine. Or in other words, a BNSF locomotive rescued it. Here's the Barry the Cockatoo video I never finished. What the heck was he up to? What's he up to this morning? Well, today. This is today's video. Of course, there's one more later this evening. Just try not to break it. And he's taking the guitar toy with him.
Think for that big game, eh? It's just pitching line. It's not going to hurt him. If broke.
Trying to play the guitar with his beak. That's great. A shorter version of the Lilo and Stitch movie ad, which was first unveiled at the Super Bowl. Oh, that was great. That was a great commercial. There's some more of those road trip videos I've been watching. Oh, we have yet to catch up on the other Amtraks. We already saw one of them. We saw one of them already. Where's that Borealis at? Did he just pass? Well, he's almost to a walk. So why don't we head over to Galesburg and deal with the Zephyr while we wait. Go back. Yeah, why don't we deal with the Zephyr while we wait? This should be number 6. Let me pull the tracker back up and let me see. Galesburg was 11:56. 11:13 was Zephyr number 6. Okay, that takes care of that. So 2 of our daily Amtraks in the books so far. So now I'll just head to Economawalk and wait for the Borealis, the afternoon Borealis, and then the afternoon Builder, which will follow afterwards. Now let me see what episodes are going to be on tonight. Well, first let's look at WLS. Let's look there. So tonight we're going to get a new AFV. We're going to get a brand new AFV tonight. And then, of course, we'll also get the $100,000 pyramid. So to accommodate for that, of course, we'll be doing Ticket to Ride earlier than we normally do, as you all know. Dang it, I missed out. Fishketball was on last night, but oh well. Oh man, I see We Totally Rock is going to be on at 1 a.m. That's going to be about the time I go to bed. So am I going to want to stay up a little longer just for We Totally Rock? Maybe. Maybe I might. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But I do know that none of these episodes are of any interest to me tonight. I see Bring on the Bugs is actually going to be the second one on the list for this evening, and then tomorrow night, I see Good Morning, Mr. Grumpfish is going to. Yeah, Good Morning, Mr. Grumpfish. Well, yeah, I like the original episodes better than the newer ones because I mean that was the show in its heyday, I must say, but I mean I have been forgetting to see those and it's for a reason because as you all know, as I've said, I'm starting to grow out of that. I'm starting to grow out of that demographic. So, I mean, I'm trying to put more of my focus and emphasis on more, you know, because I mean, I really enjoy games. I enjoy game shows a lot more than that. But you know, I really enjoy game shows, of course. I mean, we do them a lot here. Anyway, enough of that. So, with those done, let's go on to what we've got next. So, as you all know, this was the website, my new website, that I finished creating yesterday. I had finished creating it yesterday. I did notice another error, and it was Joplin FFD Holdings. Now, I'm not going to take care of it tonight. I'm going to actually do I want to take care of that one time? Let's actually see if I feel like taking care of it tonight. Just get it over with. I want to take a look and see. Okay. Because all I'm going to do is I'm going to be deprecating this section here. Yeah, because I'm going to be I might deprecate this section entirely. and just merge everything together. But you know what? I'm probably fine with the Google site as it currently is right now, as I want to put all my focus and emphasis on this new site here that I finished. So I'll probably just try to see if I can get this site fully working on mobile, if I can. So that's probably what I'm going to try and do. I'll just go ahead and take care of the mobile view because this actually might answer my question about seeing if I could get a HTML document fully to fully work on mobile. Because I try to open a section, for example, because when I try to open a section, for example, nothing correctly displays, and I can't even seem to put it in Safari. It seems like it's probably because this was developed for a Chromium browser, and Safari is not one of those. So yeah, all the stream lists, like the only things that display correctly are the text and the tables. Nothing else displays properly. The arrows don't work. So yeah, there's a lot of things that don't work, but it's alright. At least it was worth the shot, just to see if I could get things, just to see if I could get things to correctly function. But yeah. So yeah, I think this will be the last adjustment we need to make to the website, and then it should be good to go. But how about why don't we kick back, relax, and watch? Why don't we kick back, relax, and watch the random character full show that we did last night? Why don't we sit back and why don't we sit back and enjoy this thing? Why don't we sit back and enjoy this? My shop's closed. No more vows to purchase.
Oh, okay. Una with the Palestine outside.
And I especially like the last part. I really enjoyed the bonus round. At symbol, vertical line, closing parenthesis, and an I.
Symbol.
This is great.
At symbol. At symbol. Vertical line. Closing parenthesis. Let's see if you can call one bell. At symbol. Vertical line. Closing parenthesis.
how it likes to be. At symbol, line. This was one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. Right, put 52 great accents on the board. And, and especially the surprise.
Yeah, it's funny. Virginia, definitely enjoy that.
Tub and I can swim in it all day.
Oh, here comes the Borealis.
That's even in the state. Yeah, it ain't the swimming pool hobby. That would be nice. I give that stuff away.
CPKC detector, mile 118.0. Watertown, 3 degrees. Axle, 20. No alarm. Length, 389.
And then let me head to Columbus, Wisconsin to see the other one. About 5 minutes late. No big deal.
Wow. Oh, what's Plainfield gonna do now? What is coming next here on Plainfield? Exclamation mark. God. Like, exclamation mark. God. Like, exclamation mark. Yeah, it's something because you're so kind. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Thank you. All right. Get full of random characters to solve. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. No. Oh no. First up, the opening fantasy.
Whatever the heck, where are these?
Yeah. The opening grace. There it is. The opening grace. The grace. Oh, look at the matchup of symbols. Up next, quotation marks. Quotation marks. Quotation marks. What exactly are we quoting? How about in parentheses? Okay. 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 Okay.
Oh, here comes the builder.
Star in the star. Oh my God, that's a lot of money. Really important. Let's hope I don't. Let's hope. Oh, but yeah, one. Oh my God. You actually sound like you're. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. That's nice. That's nice language. I didn't know Spanish was a language. I didn't know English. Oh my God. The plus side. The plus side. I don't believe that, you know. It's plus side. Oh, yeah, we're going to be adding up stuff today. Oh, God. That's a lot of adding up to do. I don't think I can take this. Joe, it's like octagon. Really advanced stuff or something. That's for like really advanced stuff or something. Opening parentheses, and there's two of them. Oh my God, it's opening. Wait, Plainfield always good, always good from there too. Monday. Well, looks like Monday. Well, looks like Monday. Well, looks like well, I gotta call my star first. And you're gonna get it split. Well, I gotta call my star first. And you're gonna get it split. Time is on. Blades. How about the opening rings? The blades. That means time is almost up. Oh my god, time is spin. Grace. On other grace. One. Opening brackets. Nope. Counting. Big bracket. Uh-oh. That's be as quick as possible. Four. That side. That's the fun. Greater than side. Oh my god. Backslash. Backslash. Forward slash. What? Oh. Dang. Vertical line.
No vertical lines.
Plus side. Oh my god, this is going on like crazy. Quick. Plus side. Oh my god, this is going on like crazy. Quick. Tilda. Tilda. Tildas. I just counted. There are 9 tildas in the puzzle. And just like that, not you. 8 tildas in the puzzle. And just like that, not you. Game. Forget those letters. Buckle down here. It's time to get serious. Take this puzzle. Let's see. 3 consonants, 1 vowel. Let's see how it like the S symbol. Vertical line. Closing parentheses. And an I. Welcome. Let's try to solve this. Dang it. Okay, show us what that puzzle was. Oh, nice. I'm almost at it. Vertical line. Parentheses.
Closing parentheses. You get those letters. We're calling symbols.
Symbol.
Vertical line.
Playing for line game. A little tired. I gotta get going. I have to wake up at like 11 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, forget those ones.
Yeah, here's some of the other best moments from the series so far. Shots blows. Purpose.
To fit the entire puzzle.
In the box.
In Darling, Ray, said, no. No. Opening parenthesis. I don't believe it myself, but there are six different opening parentheses in someone. That's all eight. There's eight. Let's do an exclamation mark. Time for you to do some math. Take that amount by 2, and then multiply it by 0, because there's numbers in the middle. Great. Talking about on your brain trapped for 15 minutes. Wait. On 5. Let's call 5. No. What do we try next? What do we try next? That's cool stuff. Okay, sure. Let's think about. Now we'll have you call the plus sign. Oh my God. Is that symbol of the plus sign? No. Alright, then let's try an asterisk then. Many are there? There's none, is there? Oh my god! Good night. Holy symbols right now. Oh my god. Oh god. Mm-hmm. Nothing but symbols tonight, guys. Symbols right now. Oh my god. Oh god. Mm-hmm. Symbols tonight, guys. Let's try. Una? No, it's not. Her name is not even actually. He's probably my father's in Plainfield fortune where he lands on the page at the time. Oh, you're scared. You can play your scared. Good, at least you lost the turn, though. Dang it, the Lumbines are not having any luck here. Any fun whatsoever. They're making a show. They're gonna recap it now. All right. Question mark. How about a percent sign, Abby, please? How about a percent sign? How about a percent sign, Abby, please? How about a percent sign, Abby, please? I got an idea from the first time we did this. Here we go, percent sign. And there's no percent signs either. Thank God. How about an and sign? An ampersand, even though it's already there. Oh, it is? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Don't call it. Don't call it. That is just an ampersand. The at symbol. The at symbol? No, wait. The sign. What? The underscores. I gotta go. Did last time you did the underscore. I keep losing on level 6. Why am I keeping? Dear I why is it that there are places right sound effects in Wheel of Fortune game that makes sense? No. And next player. It's a whole game. We're all starting with nothing. Nothing. What do you generate, flavor? Now, a comma. That's is that letter? Imagine either. Ooh, let's see. There's one. There's a orange and a red. How about we call it greater than? How about we call it greater than sky?
This was the first one we did.
A different sky. Aren't you just a? You got the letter that's not in the puzzle. Good. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a. Don't believe it. You know how many they are? One.
The set side. Underscore. No underscores.
Two. Two. We've only got one of them. Good for you. We've only got one of them. Good for you. Consumption. We've only got one of them. Good for you.
Good for you. Not so much though.
Good for you. We've only got one of them. Good for you. Consumption. Only got one of them. Good for you. No, none of those. No, none of those. Next player. No, none of those. Next player. None of those. Next player.
Nope, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. Next player. No, none of those. Next player. No, none of those. Next player.
Nope, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. Next player. None of those. Next player. No, none of those. Next player. Hey, congratulations, that's it. Good job. No, none of those. Next player. No, none of those. Next player.
Hi.
No, none of those. Next.
Nope, none of those.
Next player. Next player. No, none of those. No, none of those.
I.
No, none of those.
Next player.
No, none of those. Next player. No. No, none of those. No, none of those. No, none of those. Next player. No, none of those. No, none of those. Next player.
No hyphen. Hey, how about $60,000 worth of stars? Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Just $1 sign. I remember one of the time we gave away myself a car. Vertical line. Two ones. Hey, John, ban that player. Hey, John, ban that player. Ban it. Okay? Alert's already been called. Hey, I would give it the program. Give it the program. You, give it the program. Next player.
So, it's not about this is. Wait, so it's the other one. The one. Correct. See, then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, constant. Oh my. Then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, constant. Oh my. Forward, then forward, correct. See, then forward, correct. See, constant. Oh my. Oh, okay, that's Florida. Florida. How about salvage? What do they call those? Square races. Like trying to run straight. Like damn. That's what is picking up as even. They're like traditional. Like bar. It's the or symbol. Yeah, it's known as the or symbol. Like the or is actually a vertical bar in C++ and C base and like programming languages. By a Liechtenstein.
This one was a fun one.
Liechtenstein. A A Liechtenstein. 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 The Lord is nothing but Haman.
That was
Haman.
this one was fun.
Haman.
With nothing but karma.
It's pretty over. It's all over. Mama! Over. This is amazing. Get a $3,000 just for reviewing Mama. Mama! 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 Don't start it. It's pretty over. Mama! Nothing but Mama! Don't start it. It's pretty over. It's almost over.
Very nice salt there. Good job.
Mama! Pretty over. It's almost over. Nothing but Mama! Nothing but Mama! Dark it's pretty over. It's almost over. Amazing. I get a $3,000 reviewing column. What else can we got? Finish this, yes, all right. That should probably start the whole puzzle board. All right, we're gonna try this again. Yay! Gibberish! Gibberish! Yay! Yay! Gibberish! Yay! Gibberish! Unfortunately, we don't have any more. Yay! Yay! Gibberish! Unfortunately, yay! Yay! Gibberish! Unfortunately, we don't have any more. Yay! Yay! Gibberish! Yay! 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 Gibberish! Yay! Yay! Gibberish! Yay! Gibberish! Unfortunately, we don't have any more. Yay! Gibberish! Unfortunately, we don't have any more. Yay! Gibberish! Oh, forget something. Forget. Let's start with the cat symbol. Wouldn't it be great if you rated that amount? That amount? Exactly. That would be nice. Be nice. Continue. Continue. Donnie, you ready to call a random character? You excited? You excited to call a random character that isn't even a letter? I know he's excited. Let's call vertical line. Let's see on the puzzle board once. Oh man. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Unfortunately, we don't have more about it. But yes, characters should be called first. Let's try the period.
Period.
The period. There are the period. The period. The purist. The purist. The purist. There are. The purist. There are. What's that? What's that? They're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. The purist. There are. There are. What's that? What's that? They're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. That's what weird. The purist.
The period.
What's that? They're not. They're not. That's what weird. I said not. R, let's try an underscore. Don't try an underscore. Four. Try an underscore. I an underscore. Don't underscores. I an underscore. I an underscore.
Here's just the individual.
Okay, so let's see. He thinks it's like the whipped cream. That's like shots closed. No, it's not. The entire month. That's how it's fun. Character again, it's spelling race spelling. That's how it's fun. Character again, it is other spelling race spelling. No. Water stuff all over. All Let's do an exclamation mark. So mad. It's got around 542 and then multiply it by 0. There's no zeros in the It's all 5. What do we try that? What do we try that? Get full size. And let's try an asterisk then. There. There's none, is there?
That was just great. That was just great how that was done.
Oh, there's a video. Hey, no, you can just sit there if you just want to sit there. I thought you want to like spin or something. Okay, where is? Oh, we put it away. I've invented the bird occupier. I don't know where it's going.
Where
Alright, watch this. Anyway, I'm ready. I'm asleep. Okay. We up block, whatever. Definitely. Okay, that one's anything now. Is this one a good size? So it's big. Showing the bird occupier. I just gotta find something with a little. This is a big full bead. If you're gonna fit in a bead. There's bigger ones. I think this will work. That one's good enough. So you get it pinched in a little bit, and then I just. Yeah. It's a good thing you wear glasses to read. I know. Because you do so many things. Switch to contacts. Like it really sucks when I do like my makeup and everything, but then I do something and it's and I'm like, oh, actually, I kind of like having it. I should just get like a line for makeup. Because you could have it in one eye switch it to the other eye. I could just bring the mirror to my face. Be like right here. Oh, well, I only need it close to my face for eyeliner. Otherwise, like I can like do it blurry. It's fine. Anyway, look, all the letters are stacked. Oh, it's all. Yes. Yeah, they like those. That's become my default. Okay, they're being a pain for some uncontrollable reason, but not behaving, so it would be inappropriate to put them back. So we'll get those, get the pecans, the pine nuts, walnuts, you name it, hammer it into a hole, and it's good to go. Ophelia sees, oh, Paula got one, and now she's over here inspecting all these bees. Poison berries are real. Well, apparently it's just like a black screen. Arms berries like berries? Yeah, our whole house. Watch out, Phineas on the floor. That the girls kind of like if you have the drawers out at different amounts, they'll just jump in and start climbing them and traversing in between the different bins. Where's the line? Thank you, sunshine. Isn't that funny? Yeah, well, you found a feather in that. You should keep that. I need feathers. Oh, yeah, so lame. It's just like earlier. I don't know what it is. They need a McDonald's confetti ball pit type thing. Like I found them deep in here. Like I had to go like this to get her out one time. Get in there. There you go. He does as a last resort, but with the way that was and hammered in with the shell chip, then he finds it easier to break the shell to trying to get through the wood. Like the wood is like the last option. It's like guaranteed to work. It's the slowest thing you can make a ridiculously. I know. We have a bunch of those. We don't need to make it. Well, you can take a drill and make a hole whatever size you want. Where? Different holes for different snacks. Your bird. Hello? Would you like to come to the table? We'll have to do making toys with Tori's. I already had this great idea. I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but we're going to call it tutorials. Don't know what I'm going to do with that though. Are you sure about that? Okay. I'm going to stick. You saw? No. He keeps thinking we're up to something. He thinks we're going to make him do something he don't want to do. You don't want to participate in the goofy bird. Anything in chat? Oh, the stream walnut. Oh, Paulo. He's shaking his head because it has whipped cream on it. He can see something and feel tickled by it, yes. You want the walnut, Apollo? Look, Apollo, it's the stream walnut. It's a walnut. Alright, we'll get you another walnut. Try to go in there, slide. Maybe he just doesn't want to go there because the whipped cream is there. I mean, maybe he thinks you're just going to splatter it a bunch of times. Here, do you want some lag? Here's some lag. Yeah, you want some lag? Go get her. Give her a big kiss. You go, oh, big bird, some lag. Oh,
My goodness.
safe. Yeah, well, you know, I can see him learning. Very likely say maybe that's what he's trying to say. You don't really see your team. You should start working on that. Really hope you guys can let Apollo try green beans or freeze-dried okra. I've seen a Einstein parrot have it, but I don't know what the safe foods are for parrots. He kind of likes green beans sometimes. I don't think we've done freeze-dried okra though. I guess it doesn't matter if I like okra. Well, freeze-dried gets rid of the gooiness.
You take a stretch now. Sit sideways now. You have to move. You've been sitting here since I left. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the pool, probably not. You there yet? Okay, then tomorrow I'm going. I'm gonna go down there tomorrow. Well, this time, tend to, but having a little bopper, go down there. Be blessed.
With Apollo be unboxing a Switch 2.
You keep saying it's the last one, you keep doing it. No. This too? I'm only doing this one today. So, and you're gonna run out of all your money, and guess what? It's gonna be your fault. And don't have any hissies, because we have nothing to reload. No, we'll pick one for today. The other one's tomorrow. Other one tomorrow. Yeah, you're not nice. You got this today? Well, go over there.
Alright. So,
Go over there now. Or I smack you, or tackle you. Which one do you want, smack or tackle? This is what's coming. Start acting nice. Bag it. I'm gonna go to mom. Lay down there.
okay, this should probably be the chapter in question. The Sky Rizzy commercial. So, I got it. Anyway.
What's your problem?
Yeah, I think I can tell what that is.
Yes, good job. That's already. Well, that won't be true on Tuesday. Oh, I like this one. I told you I got one twice this semester. What if I told you I already highlighted the chat? What are some common myths that you've heard what's bad for birds? We would like to start that are not myths, but rather generalizations made. Where if you allow like a, well, you can do this sometimes, but not all the time. Maybe often at most. Like a lot of people aren't going to be able to retain that and like actually put that into practice as needed. So they'll say, do not do that. They'll say, don't do that just for the sake of it's okay. If you don't do that, it guarantees that a bad thing associated doesn't happen. Rice is really funny. That's on the live stream. That's funny. Yeah, Alka-Seltzers do. Yeah, like people do that to see people. And people. But like rice is totally fine. There's not like venues not letting rain thrown everywhere. And rain, if you drop the rain after rain, sorry.
That's People Puzzler, I can tell.
And money goes, that's it. I think it's never leaves to buy rare. Yeah.
Like actual. Yeah, I think about like the broader never do this. It's like it's easier to like and tell do this or don't do that. So with like confusion, Christopher diet is but it's again like ultimately it's the best there is. Like good something where you can do. It's not ideal because we don't do a thing in a lot. They can only know things they actual explanations of what their diet consists of species. We don't need I mean it's not hard. They don't like it very much.
he's got this wrench and it's like grabbing the back of my knee with it. I'm just gonna like collapse. Just ow, it's scratching. That's hand measurement glasses. I probably smeared them or something. Brad, Shell has a wrench. I don't know what your wrench is. Thank you. Why would you like it? Do anything, okay.
If there's any more.
It's like whatever.
He says he wants to borrow it. Village pub. I'm trying to get rid of my headache, so the worst case we drive there. Yeah.
I'll give you a pint then. Oh, I'm shaking. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come here. Find her. Here. Go ahead. Can you do Big Bird? Do Big Bird. Good.
Yeah, I get it.
He really does.
He really does.
Say, can you do Big Bird? And then you do Big Bird. Somebody find her. Can you shake? Shake. The girls like Funky Town. Have they heard bacon pancakes? So if I were to show them a video of bacon pancakes, they would attack it. Because I know they cost like a burger. And they do not like seeing other burgers. So they made it with my phone. And we never showed that. And then very point.
Probably all stop.
Bacon pancakes burn like we won't take that copyright from
Oh, you get two. Well, I know you're making me sleep, but then. I'm betting you. I'm betting I'm right.
I know green sheet things. But it's like a little green shake and then the other and they say it just kind of goes like everything's there because today's right now, yeah. Just roughly it's like it's catchy. I like that for the bacon pancakes. But I think a lot of why I don't like bacon pancakes. It's safe for birds. If good, how safe? Same thing as the cotton. It's very unsafe if they're eating the plastic and the red. Polyester cotton. There's too much of a difference. Blockage of the intestine.
First, the sound. Taking time out for Skinner booty kick. I wonder about that. You don't see too many times. Usually the dudes like sort of thing. He's like very strategic. You've got her running all over the place. Now she's getting mad because we didn't eat them. She's like, but I'm a pro. I'll put you in.
Oh yeah, the sausage starting now.
Slow down, Miss Sophia. Slow down. About right.
Guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by $1,000. Reasonable estimate. First day thing for the Chicago. You're listening to like that. Hey, the audience is like that. The engine cost. Yeah. Okay, what it is, folks. The game, 1-0, they lead in four. Sliders over for strike. Gilbert opened each of those first two games of the series, not allowing in the first inning either day. Manley Center.
Usually our games.
He's been 10 and backed up to 7 innings yesterday, and that's 10-3 wins.
Look at that. Oh.
Victor will fire over and Butler back. Brett Rooker, the DA. It's not fair yesterday. And Penny into the win. He can't get it. It's over his head. Around here, it's going to be set. Here's the lead. Football, and it is late. He's down on the gas right then. Even here, third dirty. And because of the broken back, it looked like Benny thought it was over the solution. And it ended up basically landing in the warning track. When you see the barrel in the back go flying, the barrel comes right. And you're thinking that it's ended. He actually hit the barrel. So Benintendi, when he read that barrel gathering, he said, I'm going to get in. He said, keep it in. That's the finish. Like in the middle of the area.
Yeah, she's just lost for his strength.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take another break here. And then when we return, I'll continue working with that site and more. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's not streaming, it just goes right to the end. Whatever this is.
Human that he's 35 feet wide of the bag. It's flowing outside. And it's 2-1. So left here, righty Sosa on deck. Don't see as many soft throwing lefties in the game as 20 years ago, that's for sure. No, not at all. Sinker is low and outside. There's a dime a dozen back when I played. Like another soft throwing lefty, Grace. This is the changeup. No. Wow. Out of the deep right, and he's gonna kill about a foot. Vaughn will end up at third. Tight as a double. Almost cleared that low wall. And all of Vaughn hesitated because he realized he wasn't going to catch it. And Vaughn really didn't have time to score either way because that ball was blistered. It was right off the wall and to
Big crossing with rare old signals.
204 to visit the city of countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway. Come into Little Joe's for homemade Italian food, meatballs, and the garden. Little Joe's is a family-owned restaurant for 55 years.
Yeah, it seems like this thing's taking like a long time. But I've been working on it for a few hours, so I'm probably just gonna wait till tomorrow to continue it.
Third inning, 5 hits, 7 walks, 15 K. First pitch strike, good bargain, on the outside corner.
Well, now I'll head back to Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. We'll wait for the Borealis to show up.
Sleeper misses outside. His career, in fact. His stake high. Well, with this tight game, you feel like you're going to have to face Mason Miller at some point. Now, if you break it open right here, correct. I know, but the good news is they did get to Miller on Friday, even though they didn't complete the comeback. Called strike, and it's 2-2, and that's something this offense has done a good job of. They have dented some really good closers. Beat Chapman in Chicago. They had Clase up against the rope in Cleveland, and big home run on Mason Miller the other night by Brooks Baldwin. Fastball is outside, 3-2. Then we have Chapman on the rope again in Boston. And a couple of times against him. 3-2. Cutter long away, and that's a leadoff walk. Vargas takes first base. Things in MLB.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic beer beef, cats, funny t-shirts, and more. Visit MLB.com, the official source for your White Sox gear. This brings up Palacios. The game with a home run. And he starts to bunt, and he takes outside. They have third baseman Human in his face when he showed bunt. See the old school having him charging in and push it right past him towards shortstop because the shortstop's up the middle. The 1-0 called strike. We mentioned 3 double plays behind Davis Martin, and this season Steinhoffels is partnering with Special Spaces Illinois to create 3 bedrooms for children battling cancer. Every time the Sox turn a double play at home, CPKC detector now 1-1.
All right. There's the end of that.
First base Vargas. Palacios swings hard. Big gap in right center field.
Okay, did that slight risk get expanded? Did that slight risk really get expanded? Oh, that's right. This is where. Oh, yes, I remember. This is where the slight risk was originally. So that's where the slight risk originally was. But I think I understand why they're putting a tornado watch down. Was there even a discussion? Oh, here it is. Watch possible 60%. Trends will be monitored for the watch which just got issued. So, okay. So I guess that answers our question then. So, we do have some catching up that we gotta do, but I am finishing up the CSS assignment, but just like with some help with a little bit of the assignment, I am using, getting a little bit of assistance from Copilot. See, this is one of the very few times. This is one of the very few times where Copilot actually is used. Where Copilot is actually useful. Very, very useful. But yeah, this is so. Yeah, this has been a pretty difficult assignment. I've been working with it for about 4 hours now, and I'm on the last piece of this whole thing. How do I did use this to assist with some other things. So, and of course, I'm not doing a complete copy and paste of Copilot's prompts. I'm just modifying it so it fits well with mine. So, I'm just using it to fix anything that I may need it. Anything that I might need. So, I'm fixing it. But okay, are we missing anything? Let's see. There we go. All right. And then I think that's it. But then I actually want to make one more change now that I actually looked at my other site. So I want to take a look and just be sure everything is correctly working. So it should be good now. But I actually also learned from this that I can use the mobile emulation inside of Microsoft Edge development tools to see what the page would look like when being viewed on a bit of a smaller screen. So I guess that's good for now, but if I do need to change anything, at least I have until May 13th to do it. So that's good. So I'll go ahead and finalize this thing, and then there was actually another change that I'd like to make. But right now, we have some catch up to play, so we're going to go ahead and get to it now. And there's not much catch up we got to do, so. And it's all mainly from here. So, well, first, we're going to deal with the weeklies on KLT. So let's deal with those first. We're going to scroll up to the top of the list here. And this is where we'll start. Then we'll go to the other loggers and deal with them. Alright, so they've all been validated. So
Fairly deep, but it is.
this is something that John and my logger both failed to relay. It's gonna keep asking me to sign in every time I pull open an Edge tab. And we're just gonna do the loggers where they're coming from, just to make it easier. This one. Voice. Aircross Forks. And create. I'm just gonna just leave the description field blank. All right. All right. Okay. All right. I think I saw something about I think I saw one point about a scroll bar. I'm not sure where. Um, somewhere on this page, I saw something about a scroll bar. Here we go. Somewhere in this one. All the check boxes, scrolling text box. I think it was like scrolling list. I think it was something like scrolling list. Here we go. This is scrolling list. Is that it? Or is there another one? There's another one. Yeah, we're gonna go through each logger one at a time, one piece at a time. And I understand this may not be the most ethical thing ever, but all right. At least they took care of that assignment, got it over with. I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but I figured. So I guess I can cross that off the list. So I guess then tomorrow I guess we'll be free, as we make preparations for the upcoming severe weather outbreak, and then of course, tonight. So there's one more thing I'd like to change on my site here for the select list and figure. So let me look. Figure. All right. Next, the local. I see there's something else there. Now, again, this will be starting a small compilation, as I had already finished all that other stuff. The mass of WR, what does that contain? Okay, where do we start? That I got live. This I don't think went through. But we're going to do this one just to be sure. Just to be sure. Just to be 100% sure that I got it. So. Actually, there's a few other FFD holdings. Actually, there are a couple of errors that I need to fix. The time on this should not be present in that document. And if I open up 2 a.m. Sunday, I believe the link for WWBX radio is incorrect. I believe the link for that is incorrect. Oh, wait, that's not right. Looks like I forgot an IMC. Oh. We can look at the radio box just to be sure that the link is right. That doesn't look like it is. There's another one. Seems like it's not there. But what I can do is pull back up the Sunday test documents and find the link for it. WBXFMAC. Let me check again. Look. So it's in.ic1, so that's not, so that's why it's doing that. So in.ic1.amperwave.net slash Odyssey. So there's no direct, it just goes straight to there. Okay, we'll save it. This is, we're writing it in, we need to switch windows. There we go. Because I don't want that document going to my, well, it's not in my GitHub directory. It's only in the personal directory. It's only in the personal directory on the on the drive. All right. With the changes corrected, oh, I'm gonna have to open it separately, and I'll open it manually. And now the link should work. And if we try it, there's a lot of links on here, so it's probably taking time to process each and every one of them. So yeah, it's taking its sweet time to process every link on this list. Okay, the link is still not working. So let me check again. Let me look again. Oh, this is HTTPS. It's supposed to be just HTTP. Let's refresh the page and try it again. Okay, let me make sure that it's all correct. Let's see. WWBXFMAC-IM. And now it works. So there we go. This one I forgot to add earlier. So we're going to include this in this little compilation as well. Okay, so those two files have been fixed. So I'll go ahead and send those over. Now I don't need that last part, I just need the counties, and that's it. That's all I need. And is that it? Okay. Now let me send over the corrected files. First up, the 2 a.m. stuff. And then the updated. Oh, no, 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 no. Wrong PC. Wrong PC. And then the other document is the updated copy of the Joplin FD Holdings cluster. So that I'll just replace the files when we're done. So let's start over here after this. Okay. Close this out so I don't get confused as to which document I'm working with. Okay, just a few more we need from here. We'll be good. Then there is one that we need to go back on my logger. We'll go take care of that. Yeah, we'll go and take care of that. So with those two now fixed, now on to the document that I want to update. It is a playlist here of things. So let me add this thing in. Oh, it can't go live because I haven't specified the folder that it belongs in. So specify folder. And it just closes it out. Lovely. Just lovely. Gonna open up the folder. Weird, it's not opening. Is this a bug in Visual Studio or what? I don't know. Down here, there is one more. Alright, let's try again. Open folder. And it just fails. Let's just try and drag it in. Close the welcome page. Maybe try opening up the folder again. It's not getting right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end the process. Oh, it didn't work. Try it again. No, just go away. Get rid of it. And we're gonna try again. We're gonna try launching it again. Open folder. I'm gonna turn that welcome page off because that's kind of annoying. Okay, so the folder did open. The folder did open. However, I have to scroll up the list and find the file. And there we go. Everything as we have it. So now we can start live. And so that list is correctly working. So that thing down there is working. Now, I'm going to take all this out, save it, and I'm going to change. So I'm going to change it to choose a song, and I'm going to also write a notepad document and keep a backup of the original configuration if I change my mind. If I change my mind at a later point. If I end up changing my mind later. So now I want to see how I can get a option value. Now the option value, I suppose, is where whatever you want it to be at. So I'm gonna do. Can I do MP3 files? Maybe I have to specify a folder. Maybe I have to specify a folder. But let's try to see if I can do it. If I can open up a file, I'll just open up the HTML folder and then just copy the. What the heck is going on here? Damn, John, your thing is going nuts. Alright, I will select edge and then something should be coming up. Doesn't look like anything's happening, so. Okay, not only are we all caught up, but we're going to need to take another break, and then when we return, we'll. Okay, we're back once again. Hopefully, we won't be interrupted. Hopefully, we won't be interrupted again. And the Sox have been defeated by the A's today. Is that everything? Okay. We just need to go back on these two. So these two happened around the same time. Okay, there we go. Now we have everything. We're still waiting for builder number 7 to show up. Probably should rephrase it. Just want to be sure that I get this, that I have this correct. So I just want to be sure that I do this correctly. So builder number 7, we're still waiting for that to show up. I'm going to do 10 forward as a test subject. Just put this as home. Now it's just a copy of the file, so not, making any significant changes to it or anything. I'm just curious. I just want to see if I can actually get this working. Then after looking at something, it doesn't start playing right away. Because it is supposed to pull something. Go ahead and close that file because I don't need it. Oh yeah, we're missing something else. Select, and then audio ID, audio player. And then audio. And then we press save, and then the player comes up. But then I could then choose a song from the list. However, the music player does not process the changes straight away because it says it also requires JavaScript. So, an HTML drop-down list. So it seems like in order for this to work, it also requires it also requires a JavaScript. So it requires a JavaScript in order for this to work as well. So now I'd rather not do that at the moment because as you all know, I've already worked so hard on this web page and whatnot. So, I mean, I have made hundreds and hundreds of changes to my website. Like I just said, I have made hundreds and hundreds of changes, and I've spent hundreds of hours putting. I've just spent a lot of my time putting a colossal project like this together. So I'll just go ahead and unplug it from power. Okay. So now we do have a little bit more of updates to make to the compilation, but for the time being, the website is very much complete. But then to access the song list, we click the song list here, and this is the song list backup that I have. So this is the currently working part. But again, if I do need to make any additional changes to the page, to that particular site, if I end up one day getting access to JavaScript and then I end up getting it to work, then I will update the audio player file and I'll copy over the new changes. Now, like I said, that's something I don't want to do at the moment because, as you all know, I just finished writing that website yesterday. I just finished writing that webpage yesterday. I mean, I just spent like a whole month putting that website together. So now I'm gonna need some time. I'm gonna need some time to, cool down everything. As you know, I'm gonna need some time to relax after putting a project as colossal as this together. And I was gonna make updates to the Google site at the time, but at the moment I'm gonna delay those adjustments. I'm gonna delay updating the Google site for a little bit. So, here is the plan instead. Now, where was that checklist I wrote down a few weeks ago? Where was that checklist I wrote down? Yes, here it is. Finish deploying the new website. So here's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow, if I remember to, I will set up the layout that will be used to tape the third season of the bowling train. So now with all of those assignments behind me, now we can finally get around to another one of our bigger projects that we had been planning on doing, but we hadn't found the time to. Or we hadn't found the time to. Yeah, I guess in some way I'm kind of starting to get a little bit impatient because I want to get the bowling train season. Because I really would like to have that third season finished. Because I want to have the third season. Because I want to have the third season finished and then begin airing it by June. By the beginning of June. So pretty much the deadline. So, in my words, let's say the deadline for Alright, here comes the builder. And that is the last of the Amtraks.
CPKC detector, mile 118.0, Watertown 6. Trees, axles 4-8, no alarm, length 993.
She's already ready for dinner?
118.0.
I guess she got impatient. Because AFB doesn't start for another 10 minutes.
Detector, mile 123.0, Watertown 6. 4 degrees, okay, 4-8, no alarm, length 990. 123.0.
All right. So that was the salad. We started with the Jackson again. What is going on here? Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about what I said earlier that anything can happen in a general risk also. So I'm going to wait for that product to finish receiving. Okay, there we go. Received. Sending out now. Actually, let's just get it on the main station. Yeah, let's just save it there. So, now as for the. I think that might be the last one, but don't know if I'm going to have a final in the HTML course. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Yeah, there's only one way to find out, though. So, what's that? Oh, it's FCA. We don't need it. We're good. Okay. All right. So we have just about a minute until AFV starts. So here's the plan. We're gonna do Ticket to Ride after AFV finishes tonight. It's 7. We're gonna do that. We'll get KDKA, and then I'll set up. I'll just get the VLC window up, or I'll probably save that for later on when the pyramid comes on. I'll think about it. But I'll try to make sure to get the programming set up before the auto test tonight. As we get ready to wrap it up here. Is that it? Yep, that's it. And that is not Amtrak, because that's going to come up on the bridge. All right, let me get this back into its place. And now it is time for AFE. Well, this has been a lovely little show so far. My goodness, everybody's issuing stuff now.
I now am the owner of a Jetta, but it's not sitting in my driveway. It's right here on this desk. This is a Jetta laptop. This company is still in business. According to their website, they were founded in 1991, which makes me
My
wonder how
god,
they
this
were.
is stuck on receiving? Yeah, this one failed. Because this one received right here all the. Well, I think the thing went offline midway through the alert. Well, we got close to it being done. Okay, AFV's on another break. And while they take that break, wow, there was a great one of the videos that aired in the previous segment was something that my mother was really intrigued on. It was one where the little kid shows off the shows off all of those um, I guess mini operable sized cars. I guess I could say. Yeah, I guess I could say that. And he said in the clip, he meant to order two, and four of them actually showed up at his front door, and four of them actually four boxes. It was actually a Dodge. It was actually one of those. It was actually a miniature Dodge Charger like that fire truck car I used to play with all the time back in the day. Yeah. He meant to order two of the mother meant to order two of them, and then because the kid hit the plus button twice, four of them showed up at their front door. Four of them. Four of them. Yes, four of those Dodge Charger cars showed up at their front door. Lovely. Right. Is that it, or is there more?
Downtown, water, 11, Google, like Science Spectrum, and Recenter. For your protection and into an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
Okay. Testing is where we're heading next. As we head back down to AFB.
Which side is straight? The swing span or the fixed side?
Fixed side over here on the Iowa side there.
Okay. Was it that pier or like the actual like the rail? Can you tell?
The pier cell.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Bernard G. Back, go ahead.
Hey, since we just had a little scrape on the bridge, we just have to keep record of it. Can we get like the statement on it?
Oh man, this has been an amazing special. All right.
Hang on a second, okay.
So, in just a matter of moments, not only are they going to be giving away money, but also we're going to be trekking the nation. That's right, in the form of that Ticket to Ride game.
We just need the captain name and a phone number and we need to call.
You mean my personal phone number?
Whichever you think is best. What's that?
633403331.
What's the area code again?
63.
And what was the name?
Hill Gardner. HILLGARTNER.
Okay, copy that one. Give Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and put John's monitors on while we load up the Ticket to Ride game and play this song again. Okay. All right. And we're going to head back to AFB now, and we're going to see who our winner will be. Okay, that's the end of that. All right.
National Weather Service in North Spot has issued a severe thunderstorm.
All right. We got a few more products to take care of, and then we'll start Ticket to Ride.
The National Weather Service warning for northwestern Sheridan County in the
Jetta, but it's not sitting in my driveway. It's right here on this desk. This is a Jetta laptop. This company is still in business. According to their website, they were founded in 1991, which makes me wonder how they were allowed to use the name because Volkswagen has been selling the Jetta car since 1980. So it was around for quite a while before this company started using the Jetta name.
area. 74 area on the lower floor of the building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time.
Tape player.
RMC's video about it, but it's an audio cassette player for your desktop PC, which goes into a 5 1/4 inch drive bay, connects to your sound card and serial port, and lets you play cassette tapes and use your computer to transfer them to digital audio files. So demonstrating this piece of equipment is nothing new, but what is new is trying to get it to work with a modern computer, or at least more modern than something from the 1990s. Going to be trying to use it with this Dell Optiplex 3020. It is from 2014, but it is a Core i5 with 8 gigs of RAM, and it's running 64-bit Windows 10. In the new computer I have with open 5 1/4 inch drive bay, an audio line in jack, and of course, and PS2 keyboard with serial port, enough to find the file Spec 2C. Make sure your line in is selected as the default device, it's active, the green check mark. Then go to properties, listen, and check the box on listen to this device and hit apply. And now we can use any software to record it over a file on the computer. Even without the original software, the plus that PC came with, as long as you have a computer with a line jack, or if you're using one of these cables to convert them from audio to USB, you can record it into your phone. Just remember to adjust the recording level so that you're not going into the red and flipping. You want to leave some headroom. I usually like to leave at least 6 dB of headroom above what the audio is speaking. Only noise reduction or the proper equalization component made out of Dolby Stop Click Deck. It costs $15 for the complete tutorial, or you start using this program. You're going to go back to your control panel, and you want to uncheck listen to this device. Otherwise, you'll get an echo using this program. And here's the interface. It supports either decoded or encoded Dolby B or Dolby C noise reduction. So you can not only use this to play tapes encoded with Dolby noise reduction, and can
All right. Let me take a quick moment to put these products in. And then we'll get started with Ticket to Ride. Okay. With that done, now we can start the game. Let me first put the player on the screen. That's a little too slow. There's all my 50,000 other things I was doing earlier. If I remember to turn the candle on tonight, I will. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. All right. Now, as we're playing the game here, let me also check to see. I'm sure there's been some briefings. Yep, here we go. We have NWS Chanhassen's briefing on the severe weather event that is going to unfold very soon. Actually, it's better if I just put up a whole new capture. There we go. I'll just make sure that you all can see the board, as we play. You all can see the board. So here's a look at the briefing that they sent out this morning. Not this morning, but this update was from earlier this afternoon. So this is talking about the first two rounds. So they're talking about everything expected for what's to come. The first Monday morning, early Monday morning, the main threat would be large hail and, of course, damaging winds. So I'll have to take a look and see how this is going to play out, and then I'll determine whether or not I'm going to add the monitors early or not. So. Oh, this goes till midnight. Sheesh. So I guess I could say late tonight will be sort of a preview as to what's to come. Because then Monday afternoon through the evening, this is where we're going to have the most impact, as it says. And then from the diagram, you can see that my forecast office, NWS Chicago, as I've been talking about already, is under the level 2. So my area is in the level 2 of 5, the slight risk. But then we have the enhanced risk up further north from there, particularly in the Rockford area. And we can see all of Iowa is actually in the enhanced risk with northeastern Iowa actually under the moderate risk. And you can see southeast Minnesota and south central Minnesota, and then west central and southwestern Wisconsin. They're all under the moderate risk as well. Looking at areas farther up north, we can see but mid-G is actually on the edge of moderate and, no, slight and marginal. Let me get that right. And then the coverage of our Duluth transmitters, the ones that we have streams for, those are in the enhanced risk area. Looking toward Green Bay, Sheboygan, just to name a few, they're all under the enhanced risk area for severe weather. The next webinar update will be 11:30 tomorrow morning. If we continue down here, they're showing us the highest risk area. You can see they have their own diagram there. It's a level 4 or 5. You can see the Twin Cities is in the... And they're talking about possibly a few strong tornadoes, but we'll see what happens. Strong tornadoes would be possible, but then of course there would be weaker tornadoes possible as well. And the tornado threat is very dependent, but we can see that the tornado threat in the moderate area is at least 15%. So the hatched area is indicating significant tornadoes. That's a 15% probability of that happening. And here's severe hail, significant hail. And here's severe winds probability. It's not as significant as you can see, but only 30-40%. So this looks like it's going to be a hail tornado outbreak. And then, of course, this is talking about what the moderate risk means, and of course, make sure that you have multiple sources of receiving hazardous weather information, with, of course, NOAA weather radio being one of the best ways, and, of course, wireless alerts on your phone. I would make sure you have those enabled. Then, of course, the outdoor warning sirens. Those are only used for tornado warnings. Although recently I've heard some towns are starting to use those for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Ones with 80 mile an hour, and the wireless alerts are also used for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. You may remember that one event where I was at my grandparents' and there was one warning I was under with 90 mile an hour gusts. We didn't lose power, thankfully, which is obviously the okay, I don't know where that's coming from, but that's spam for sure. I don't know where that's coming from, but that is weekly spam on my radar. Moving on. Of course, internet sources like IEM, the IEM thing that we usually use, we use that all the time. WeatherWise is another good source. I mean, you got that map, and there's lots of sources out there. You can use them to your advantage of staying up to date on weather forecasts and everything like that. So this could probably be the most significant event that, as Washington said, has experience. That of course, and then of course, also inform family and coworkers and all that stuff. And then here's of course the thing regarding preparing for severe weather, especially as this event gets closer and closer with each and every passing day. Of course, this is just telling you, to make sure you have everything ready to go, especially that this is now the day before the event actually begins. That now this is the day before the event gets started. So this is saying that you should make sure you have emergency supplies and know where you need to go. And then, of course, the day before, and of course, the day before it begins, make sure the wireless alerts are on your phone. on your phone and ensure that you have that the shelter is able to be accessed. And then the day of, make sure to remind family of the communication plan, know where to go, and then once the warning gets issued, take action. You only have seconds. But then, of course, this diagram here is also very important, especially when it comes to sheltering from tornadoes. Like we saw with the tornado in Arkansas, for example. That was a very strong tornado. But here's, of course, especially the most important part. If you have a basement in your home, take shelter there. Go underground. Go underground and stay away from exterior windows and doors. However, if your house does not have a basement, then you should seek shelter in the most interior portion of the structure, whether it be a hallway, a center bathroom, a closet, whatever that may be. That was also your best place of shelter should a basement not be available. However, if people end up finding themselves outside, lie in the nearest ditch and cover your head. Obviously, the diagram basically says everything, so obviously I don't even need to go any further. So that's Chanhassen's briefing for right now in regards to the severe weather event that is coming up. And here's La Crosse's discussion, with the greatest window being from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. So with this considered, as I said, we are not going to be doing Minecraft tomorrow because of this outbreak. And of course, I will be watching, I'll be looking at radar data and everything, making sure everything's all good. So tomorrow, I'm just going to get the bowling train layout set up, and then I can begin production on the show. But let's deal with the severe weather events first. So here again's the moderate risk area, that's the enhanced. They're focusing more on the overnight hours. Next update will be so there's still a low chance for severe weather on Monday morning. However, if anything ends up happening, then it will pretty much become severe very quickly. And then there's all the other stuff we were just talking about. Then here's where it would most likely, here's how it would play out. 3 to 6 p.m., this is where all the development would take place. So, canceling Minecraft at this point has been justified. Absolutely justified. However, in La Crosse's portion, the threat for stronger long track tornadoes would be low. However, that does not mean we can rule it out. It can still happen. But what they're saying here is they're actually giving what they're actually doing here is they're giving 3 possible scenarios as to how this is going to play out. The first scenario, and this is the most likely scenario, would be the storms developing from 3 to 6 p.m., merging into a squall line, and then working its way across from there. And then this one is a less likely chance. This is scenario 2. However, they're saying that this is where stronger long track tornadoes could be likely. This is another possible scenario. And then this is the third scenario where there would basically be nothing. Well, anyway, All right. Well, that's all the Ticket to Ride we're going to be doing because now we have some more catching up we got to do before we even get to KDKA. So let's go take care of that now. And then we'll talk about, we'll go further in depth of the severe weather event that is expected to happen later tomorrow. And while we were playing that game, I went through a bunch of V Westlife videos. One was on a cassette player running on Windows 10. Another was about a 99 track, 99-minute CD. Another was one I'm watching right now is on the battle of copy protected audio discs, copy protected audio CDs, and all that stuff. All right. So we just had KDKA. I just finished going back on everything. I am sending over the remaining things right now. So right now I'm sending over the remaining items. There we go. We got all of it. So back now to the Fort Madison road cam. So we're gonna play catch up here, and then we're gonna continue on with the. And then we're gonna continue on with the crosses briefing on the severe weather outbreak that is set to take place. And once we finished up Ticket to Ride, I noticed that the 85 degrees is actually the set high for tomorrow. Now it's kind of, I guess, interesting that's the high we're getting, because if you remember during that crazy random character thing yesterday, I had mentioned 85 degrees in that thing. So again, before we march on with Lacrosse's briefing, let me first put in all these products from earlier today. I'll just get all these products in their spots. And one of the warnings that I had actually just noticed actually mentioned a particularly dangerous situation. And with that in mind, I am pretty sure that is going to be a common. I'm sure that is going to be a particular occurrence during tomorrow's event. As I mean with 85 degrees in the forecast, yeah. That means that means shit's gonna hit the fan pretty fast. Pretty freaking fast. Now I don't know if I want to add on to this as a. Now, as this event, as they say, is set to continue. Because they say that Tornado Watch continues until midnight tonight, I've actually been thinking about whether to so let me put in Guam. That should be KDKA. Straight after that is the beginning of Amplify. And then I just saw one more test go out. It's this giant thing. Why is it a minute long? That can't be right. Damn, that's long.
This is a test of the WTGR emergency alert system. We are testing equipment to warn you in the event of an emergency. This test is originated automatically on Mondays at random times. WTGR is a part of the GWESCAS relay network. We serve the Hampton Roads area of southeastern Virginia and parts of the Outer Banks of northeastern North Carolina. The following tones will conclude this test.
That's what that message was about. Let's see something
South
else.
Salt Lake fire evacuation. Anyone in 3300 S to 3500 S and West Temple to 200 W evacuate. Anyone in 3300 South to 3500 South and West Temple to 200 West in South Salt Lake must evacuate immediately. Avoid area. If you can't evacuate, call 801-840-4000. Monitor news or facebook.com/South Salt Lake City for updates.
And I did see we got a KCRW weekly. Something's kind of telling me that weekly already happened today. All right. Yeah, something must be wrong with them because this is the second time within this is the second test within 12 hours that they've gotten. After the headers, they basically took forever to play a message.
This test is originated automatically on Mondays at random times.
Mondays at random times. Complete lie. I've seen them go at 12 noon Eastern Time with the Central Time Zone iPause weekly that usually happens at 11 a.m. Central Time. All right. So we're all caught up now. Before we get back to briefing, let's see. So it looks like this could begin as early as this morning, in fact, the coming morning. So I'll probably might want to put Sioux Falls into my monitors, earlier, just to see if anything ends up happening, just to be sure. Okay. So now that we are done with all of that, I'm gonna need this page later tonight anyway. So now let's talk lacrosse's briefing. We were gonna do that briefly, but then I stopped, for the Ticket to Ride game. So we'll go ahead and continue now. So here's lacrosse's briefing as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, and this is regarding tomorrow's moderate risk, as you can see. So the area there, level 4, that stretches from St. Cloud all the way to Prairie du Chien. Look how close it is to Illinois. My goodness. So those areas there are in the level 4, and then all those other areas there are in the level 3. As it says, the greater confidence across this particular area is from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. So this will go from north to south, and of course will progress from west to east, as as squalls typically do. We've typically seen squall lines progress from west to east, which seems to be a pattern. For instance, it starts in Iowa and progresses east all the way through Illinois into Indiana and then ending in Ohio. Like that as an example. However, for tomorrow morning, there is a low risk for severe storms. But if one does form, they do say it is going to become severe very quickly. So now what we're seeing here in Nebraska right now is sort of a preview of what's to come tomorrow. The only thing that has changed since the last briefing was they've shifted their focus toward the overnight hours, and they're going to send out another update very early tomorrow morning. Yeah, and then they're going to send out another update very early in the morning tomorrow. So anywhere from 3 to 6 a.m. So they should have another update out anywhere before 6 a.m. anywhere within that window. Now here again is the hazard breakdown from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see the dashes, you can see all the hashed areas. Those indicate those are the more significant levels. So we can see the most significant threats from this one are going to be tornadoes and large hail, potentially 2 inches in diameter. Now, we have had, as you all know, we've seen very significant hail readings in severe weather bulletins like what we saw in Texas earlier this week. Because as far as I was told, one of those warnings mentioned DVD size hail, which I think is by far one of the biggest hailstones that I think has ever been recorded in modern history. I'm not sure, but I believe that is the case. I'll have to take a look and I'll see if that even is true. But as we can see, everything, severe wind, hail, and tornado have pretty much all been maxed out. We can see they're all displaying in red. 30 up to 44% for hail and wind, and then of course tornadoes is at least 15 to 30%. Of course, the 30% would show up in purple. Well, actually, I wouldn't say it was all maxed out because I read this wrong. The tornado is actually in the middle range. So this is actually the middle range of tornado, wind, and hail. So all three are in the middle. So they're all within the middle, and then we can see the very top of the left-hand column. That's the most significant, and greater than 60%. That's what would prompt a high risk from the Storm Prediction Center. That was what would prompt a high risk. With a moderate risk coming at day 3, day 2, and since I've been told about a high of mid-80s tomorrow, I'm not going to be surprised if they upgrade this to a high risk. First thing I get. I would not be surprised if I wake up tomorrow morning and I see a high risk first thing when I jump out of bed. Again, we'll have to see how this plays out. So, and then on the next page, in the next few pages, they actually give out 3 possible scenarios as to how this is going to play out. The first scenario, and this is the most likely chance, they say, is where supercells would develop from Siouxland into central Minnesota, in this area here, and then they give the timestamps or time frames for each area in which this squall line respectively would move through. And then by the time they would reach southeast Minnesota in the early evening, they would then go into a squall line. The main hazard would, of course, be damaging winds and tornadoes, and any of them would be rain-wrapped, and, of course, nearly impossible to see, which, of course, is pretty dangerous. However, they do say the threat for stronger long-track tornadoes is low, but, again, they can still happen. Of course, locally heavy rainfall is expected as well, but widespread flooding is not expected. And there's a low hail threat, they also say, in this, but they are also uncertain as to how far south this line is going to extend. But then there is scenario 2, which is the worst case scenario of this entire event. We can see the secondary line would then develop and move east overnight. Then supercells could form, and the degree of cloud cover will dictate whether this threat would be realized, in which they would form in support of long-track tornadoes and hail of up to 2 inches in diameter, with, of course, damaging winds being tied more with the line moving in from the west later in the night, but then, of course, supercells could still produce locally damaging winds. And then the third scenario is basically nothing at all. So right now they're saying this scenario here is the most likely, but then they're also saying scenario 2 is also a possibility. Continuing on down the list here, we can see the impacts for all 3 scenarios. Then we can see tornadoes and hail have, of course, been maxed out, and damaging winds is at medium. However, in scenario 1, the damaging winds have been maxed out. This is in medium, and this is hail, of course, being on the low end. And then we can see here this timing in terms of the outlook. You can see from the graph, you can see the categories of risk for each. So we could see 11 a.m. is when it'll start as marginal, with the peak mainly coming around 6 to 9 a.m. 9 p.m. 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. as we can see from all 3. And the same thing here. Here's the second graph, and it shows the enhanced risk for Medford, Wisconsin. Here's another one. This is from 7 to 10. And then this is on the heavy rainfall potential. And we can see areas closer to the moderate risk are particularly have the greatest chance of excessive rainfall. But then here is what Monday morning's event looks like. Going from 12 midnight to 7 a.m. We can see that they're in the marginal risk area, with, of course, broken storms forming after midnight through central Iowa, Minnesota, and then lifting northeast. They could be disorganized, but again, as I've said from this briefing earlier, if anything does happen, it would become severe very quickly, very, very fast. And how these storms behave in the morning will play a critical role in the evolution and the areas that will be affected by the main event later in the evening. And then continuing down, this is that diagram I was talking about earlier, in fact, this is the day before, this is what people should be doing right now, if they have not done so already. Making sure that they've adjusted all their plans, make sure their phones have wireless alerts enabled, and ensure that their shelter is accessible at all times. So that's what La Crosse has to say. Let's see if anybody else has briefings. So we can see South Dakota had their drill alongside Minnesota and Wisconsin. And then these are their severe weather webinar classes that they have going on. It's free, of course. And then here's the briefing once again for today's outbreak, which is ongoing right now. But then they're still saying about 3 to 9 p.m., of course, east of I-29. Next briefing will be by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's probably by the time everybody gets up and gets on the road for work. I'm sure it's going to be a pretty crazy evening commute in this particular area. So you can see there's what the hazards are for this evening. And then here's the star of the show, the moderate risk right there. And we can see the entire Sioux Falls region is actually in a mix of risks, as we could say. So here's the marginal, which starts over here toward toward the western end of their coverage. And then of course in the central part, this is where you'd be in the slight risk, and then going further east, we can see here's the enhanced risk. And then there's all the graphs for the timing. We could see this red here. This would be most likely the peak of the event when it really starts to get out of control. Again, the damaging winds, hail, and tornado threat for tomorrow. And then this is their confident levels and scenarios that they are considering. And then, of course, here's their diagram of ways of receiving hazardous weather information. Of course, it is especially important to ensure that those who have NWR weather alert radios to have those on and programmed correctly to ensure that they're set to your area. And then, of course, wireless alerts, family and friends. While the outdoor sirens are mainly just a warning to get inside and tune to these things, local TV, internet sources, and of course there's some other sites too, including the Storm Prediction Center and all that stuff. Now let's see what Milwaukee has to say. And then I think Chicago also has some information too. They're going to have their info over here on this weather story page here. And we can take a look at it. We can see, again, here in Chicago, Rockford is on day 3, is on the level 3 of 5, the level 3 enhanced risk, while the majority of Illinois is in the level 2. However, they're monitoring a threat for strong severe storms on Monday evening and overnight. However, the greatest risk will be in northwest Illinois. That's right here, where all hazards are possible. But what they're uncertain about is whether they'll be able to develop due to less favorable timing. But if they do end up developing, they're going to weaken prior to reaching the slight risk area, particularly. So, as for what the briefing says right now, I guess our area currently isn't of concern. But again, if anything ends up happening, they're of course going to make release another briefing like this tomorrow, and we'll of course have another update of such. As we can see from the 4-day outlook, you'd see that Monday, this is really where we're going to have highs of 70s and 80s leading to this. Then we're going to once again be in the 70s. In fact, for my local area, it hit 71 today. Wow. 85 for tomorrow. Damn. Then Tuesday it's supposed to get to 71, and then Wednesday it's supposed to go down to 64. Thursday 67. This is what the Weather Channel app says. Friday says 63. Saturday says 66. So this page may not be accurate, as accurate. And then Sunday, May 4th, this is really where the 70s kick in. That's where it really kicks in. So that's what Chicago has to say. Let's look at Milwaukee's briefing now. This was again from earlier today. So this is their timeline of how this is all going to happen. And they do say this is going to go till 3 a.m. on Tuesday. So of course, as the squall continues, I will be updating monitors, as we go along. Then this is what they're showing for the best potential. But this is for this morning, from 4 to 10 a.m. Here's what's expected in the afternoon. And then this is really and then this is the main event right here. So there's everything there. And then this is what, we just did that. Who else do we have? Green Bay. Green Bay is also in the enhanced risk, so let's see what they have to say. So they're still talking about the squall line here. And then the hazard outlooks they're saying. Again, same as before. And then there's the overview and the hazards and all this stuff. So Monday afternoon, Monday morning through the midday, they're talking about some severe storms could be happening. Then Monday afternoon could be quiet. Then Monday evening, this is really where everything is set to begin. So again, I'll take a look at each of these maps. I'll follow IEM and see how it all goes down as we go. I'll just look closely through the maps and data, and of course I will I'll double check and triple check and make sure I have everything. And this would be for after the event when it's all over. And then I think there is maybe like one or two more. And I'll talk about this statement later. So this is their event of the outbreak, as you can see. This is for the rest of the night tonight. Then the timing details, additional information, heavy rainfall, and then of course with the potential tonight. And then just like Omaha, Duluth is going to be conducting their software upgrades next week. So every single transmitter will be off the air through next week from April 29th through May 1st. So that falls on Thursday. So Duluth is going to be delaying their test to now. I know KVSH takes tornado warnings, so why don't we go there now? Because I'm sure that's what's coming next.
I will turn off the mics and promise not to let you hear me sing along with David and Co. You never even call me by my name. Yeah, I did. Keep from trying. Some
Give it a second. So right away, we are gonna go ahead and assume that Duluth will be postponed to Friday. And when did Omaha say they'd be doing their upgrades? 28th. So unfortunately, that's going to be during the severe weather event. So that as we can see during. So unfortunately, they are going to be out during this event, which is. I mean, this is something I hate to see happen. A forecast office taking no weather radio transmitters off the air for, especially while a severe weather outbreak is taking place. But of course, even during outages, whether it is planned or not, it is of course important to have multiple ways, as we were talking about earlier. So with Omaha being postponed, so with this system upgrade to Omaha, we can actually go ahead and make a few postponements right away. So Omaha will go to Thursday because the upgrade will last until Wednesday. And Duluth will go to Friday because that upgrade goes until then as well. So we haven't even started the week and already a couple of postponements have been confirmed. But again, as additional information is made known, we will of course update on that. Now, as I've been talking about already, what's going to happen to our Minecraft show tomorrow? Well, we were talking about this at the beginning of our broadcast today. Because of this moderate risk, and with this impact most likely to occur in the late afternoon, early evening hours, we at SPCPlainfield TV have decided to cancel this week's Minecraft show. So, meaning that freeway project that we have been working on is going to have to wait another week before we get back to it. Now, we've had a few delays already. I mean, we've already had this project, pushed back a few times. The first time, if you may remember, we were probably going to postpone it due to severe weather anyway. If you remember, it was at the end of March. We had to, my father and I went to the airport, and we hanged around with my grandma for a while and my cousins. So that's why we were not on the air that day. And we were probably going to postpone Minecraft anyway because of the severe weather event, and I had a lot of catching up to do after the fact. Yeah, a whole lot of catching up I had to do afterwards. But I'm overall pleased at how the station performed while we were gone. Now, we're not doing Minecraft tomorrow because, again, of the severe weather, so we will get back to it by next week, which will be the 5th. So May 5th is when Minecraft will return. But while I have all these products, let me make sure that I did not miss any more weeklies after that. Looks like that's it. That's the only one. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and throw in the Monday automated tests. Oh gosh, oh jeez. And WHLJ will actually be returning to this list for the first time in a long time. And actually, there's more than just that. We're going to go ahead and add in the default configuration. Then the automated tests for tonight. And just in case Sioux Falls does anything tonight, I'm going to add them to my list as well. Just in case Sioux Falls ends up doing anything, through the night. So, with that said then, here is my plan for tomorrow. Here's my plan. Of course, tomorrow I'm going to play catch up with the products, and then I'm going to set up the layout for production of the 3rd season of the Bowling Train, which I've been looking to get to since February. I've been waiting since then to get to production of it, but since then I haven't found the time or effort to even get to that. And now it seems like it's finally going to be happening. But I haven't gone through the design process of the layout, but I actually had an idea of the layout already in mind. So that's what we're going to be doing. So, once again, tomorrow I'll play catch up with the products. And then after that's done, I'm going to go set up the layout to begin production of the 3rd season of the Bowling Train. Now, because of this moderate risk, we are not going to be starting production tomorrow. Tomorrow, rather, will be set up. We're going to set it up. And then Tuesday, then, with the risk being a slight, I think I heard that risk was upgraded to enhanced. But let me take a closer look. Yeah. The enhanced risk is kind of small, though, so I'm probably not going to be too bothered by that. So Tuesday, then, is when I'm looking to begin production on the show. Now, my goal is each day to record 25 episodes. Yes, 25 episodes of the show will be recorded each day. So that's going to be recorded each day. Tuesday I'll film 25. Wednesday I'm going to, well, of course we're not going to take any episodes because of the weeklies. Thursday then, there is one final assignment for my wireless course that I want to get done. I want to take care of that then, since this week is going to be the last lecture. And then maybe I'll take care of the checkpoint then as well. So, something I might want to consider. So with that in mind, I may hold off Thursday on filming more episodes. The process would then continue on Friday. The process will then continue Friday, filming 25 more. However, I could film additional episodes based on demand. That process will then continue into Monday, unless I want to take care of that last exam for my there is one final assignment for my cyber course, so I will probably take care of that Friday. I just considered that now, so Well, I mean, this is going to be the last lecture, so then next week will be the. So this will probably be the last lecture for SciBit, and then I'll take care of the skills exam and then save the final exam for probably Monday of next week. So that may hinder bowling train production a little more. So if that's the case, then Tuesday of the following week is when I'm expected to resume production on the show. But also after this week, because these are the last of the classes for the spring semester, next week, not this week, but next week, both Roblox and Backyard Baseball will go back to their normal time slots. So Roblox will return to Tuesday, and Backyard Baseball will return to Thursday. That is beginning the week of May 5th, because this is final exam. So this week, the 28th, will be the last week of lectures. May 5th and then May 5th is when the two shows go back to their normal slots. And then we'll just proceed from there, like so. So that's the current plan for me for this week, and of course next week. And then after that final exam is done, I'll use Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday of the following week to tape any remaining episodes of the order of season 3 of the Bowling Train, and then hopefully by mid-May I should have all of the episodes recorded. I should have all the episodes recorded and scheduled. All the episodes recorded, scheduled, and all set to be published. Come the day, come June 1st, because that's when, because Tower Cash will be done, Sorry will premiere, and then May 31st, as I've said, I want to go to the Railroad Days in Rochelle. So I want to make sure I have all that done in time for that big event. As I haven't been to a Railroad Days event in that town in forever, and I really want to go back. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited. I've been telling you all about it a few weeks ago. I just couldn't be more excited of that. But anyway, we are coming up on 9 o'clock now, which means it's time for the $100,000 Pyramid on ABC. All right. They're on break again. I almost forgot about this. I almost forgot about the song from earlier.
Oh, what's Plainfield gonna do now? What's coming up next here on Plainfield? Exclamation marks! Yeah. What's Plainfield gonna do now? What's coming up next here on Plainfield?
Plainfield. Exclamation marks. That sounds like fun. Wrong station. That's the one. All right, pyramid's back. I see Microsoft dropped a new build for the 23H2 Insider program. It's 5305. I'm checking to make sure everything's all good here before I hit the restart button. Alright. We're ready. Let's go ahead and restart the system. Yeah, just clicking cancel does nothing. And now restart. Let's go ahead and apply the new build before, as I get the Monday tests in there. And then I'll just log it back in after the next round of pyramid. Oh my gosh, this was great. A puzzle full of exclamation marks. Oh, that's great. And I called all those parentheses and everything. Dang, those commercial breaks go by fast. Okay, back to the pyramid. All right. The update is done. Let's get our services back on now. Once it fully comes back up. All right. So first, let's get WPLD radio back on the air first. Then we'll deal with the weather scan after that. Okay, let's see if it likes this configuration. Okay, we'll start that up. All the changes were left as they are. So that does confirm that those have been put in correctly. Okay. All right. PLD radio is back on. Is the weather scan down? Why is it not taking anything? Not taking anything at all. Okay, let's get this product here.
This is before we had cell phones. Yeah, but let me go back in the day. You would have to send it to the just thing. Which we already had fiber. That's our big worry at the moment. Oh, I need you.
Alright, I see my station took all of that. Yep, it took it all. Including a weekly somebody decided to do, despite that. So yeah. So you may remember that video I was talking about earlier while AFV was on. What the hell? Berrien in Cook, Georgia? Tallahassee, what have you been doing? What have you been doing? This one even has the attention signal onto it, attached to it. Wow. All right. I would go back and get Tallahassee, but we don't have time for that because we have to get Cleveland Odyssey going. All right. First up, WNCX. So, so my, so she told me to leave the recording we could, uh, so we could show him the video once he got back, and of course we had to. We're gonna go back on the Jacksonville warning when this is done. So while we're at it, then let me go ahead and set up tomorrow's programming.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthi. You know that story about how the maximum playing time of a compact disc of 74 minutes was specifically chosen to fit Beethoven's Ninth Symphony?
The compact disc was originally designed to have enough playing time to hold one classical music piece. Nutcracker Suite. $250,000? Yes, Carrie.
He only advertised it as containing 60 minutes of music, not 74. 100 megabytes. I think they're just rounding up from 99 minutes to 59 seconds. So they're probably actually the same as 99-minute CDR. And as far as I can tell, there have never been any rewritable CDRW discs with a rated capacity greater than 80 minutes. Standard CD player, the playback stops and starts to skip 99 minutes and 4.4. The first benchmark CD player. Well, despite that error when I was burning the disc, we weren't able to play the CD all the way to the end. The disc, we weren't able to play the CD all the way to the end. Well, despite that error when I was burning the disc, we weren't able to play the CD all the way to the end, and it sounded fine. So I'm going to try playing this CD in a variety of different players to see how well they do at playing this 99 track, 99-minute CD. Now let's try this
99-minute disc. Oh, that's so good. Okay, next station. Well, actually, let me take a few quick moments to update this thing. So I'm gonna update this thing until we hit the next round of auto tests. So until we hit that point, that's when we're going to that's when I'm going to hit the stop button on updating this compilation and therefore declaring it final. All right. Done with that. Next station, Star 102. Just lovely. Just lovely, ladies and gentlemen. If we go over here, ready to see what the song is they're playing? Here it is. The Rickroll song. Actually, I want to do the low tone version. I want to play it in low pitch. Low pitch. Come on, low pitch. Give me all you got. Low pitch. Give me all you got. Yeah, it's more like it. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh my gosh. That's a really low toned header. Jeez Louise. Let's hear the rest of this. Let's hear the rest of this thing. Server creating usernames glitch. I really enjoyed playing this in low tone when I got obsessed with it the first time around. And I will be posting this as a separate video before we go off the air tonight. Well, in just a few moments, actually. Well, I gotta set the stuff up for tomorrow first before we move any further. I'm gonna let the song finish. Anyway, 170 and 171. 385 and 386. This is great. This is great. That is just love. That was amazing. That was amazing. Playing the Rick Roll song in low pitch. Anyway, Street View video was, let's see, I swear it went up because I know I scheduled it. Fountain Road. Did it even post? It did. Okay. I kind of freaked out for a second. Okay. Where is it? And I swear I backed it up too. Or did I forget? Crap. Clap. I forgot. Well, Let me go over and grab it now. Let me head on over, grab it now, and put it where it belongs. Did I just send it? Did I send it right to the main channel instead of the... Here, let's look through there and let's see. Avenue. Nope. It didn't end up going there. In fact, it didn't even go anywhere at all. So I'll save it to the Street View collection. Okay, we should have everything now. I'm going to go ahead and put the edge window on screen so you can see how amazing that was. Let's just use this one. No, that's Ginger. Yeah, let me switch this out with the... Let me switch that out with Star 102 so you can see... So you can see the great song that just played. You can see the great song that just played.
Over Star 102, right as I tuned in.
Lovely. Very lovely. Alright, anyway, the correct video should be in this list now. Should be here now. And there it is. Lockport Street. Then the Wheel of Fortune from April 23rd. And then Deal or No Deal also from April. Give it a second here. That should be everything else. Oh god, seizure. That's crazy. And then Source Chicago says, I don't know why they issued the RWT on a Saturday. Well, I knew about it ahead of time, so here we go, April 23rd. Alright. Then we just wait for W. So like I said, I'm going to continue rendering, trimming down this thing until we hit the stroke of midnight. And then let's see if we can air all of this. Close enough. Okay. So what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to air as much stuff as we can. And if and when we do hear that the event is getting started, we will stop the airing. We will stop the airings of the programs immediately, or we'll just let it run until we hit 4 o'clock. Where then Minecraft, where, as I said, we are not doing Minecraft this week because of the severe tomorrow because of the moderate risk. Now let me go ahead and take this opportunity to share this amazing creation. I'm going to need to trim it down. That's all you're getting. And I don't think that was the entire header. Let's play it again. WDOK playing the Rickroll song before the auto test. People have made videos on Rickrolls before, so of course I had to. I mean, I've seen Southern PA do this a lot. He's recorded the Rickroll song. And of course, every time I do that, I kind of jump on the bandwagon as well. Oh my goodness. That's already the best moment of the night, and I haven't even gotten to the whatever else I'm gonna do tonight. Oh my lord, that was so good. All right, we'll give that a few moments to go up here. It should be up very shortly. I trimmed it down good enough, so we'll see if the copyright system flags it. If it does, I'll remove it, but we'll see. So anyway, that's it then. This guy is back up and running. It is up to date, and we are done here. So thank you all very much for joining us here today for, setting basically everything up for the week and next month. We'll see how this new strategy plays out when it comes to monthlies. And we hope you'll join us tomorrow for coverage of the moderate risk, possibly high risk. Well, we'll have to see what the SPC does as this thing is about to become day one. So, we're going to see what happens. So, again, we'll be back tomorrow when we bring you coverage of that. We could start it earlier depending on how it goes, or we'll come on at 4 like we usually do, and we'll do coverage right then and there. So again, no Minecraft this week. We'll be doing it, and it'll return next week when we continue the construction of those local roads. So we'll get back to that, or we could make it up at some point. I haven't decided yet. Probably Sunday of next week, but we'll see what we can do. So anyone who's in that moderate risk, I would use the rest of the night tonight to make sure everything is ready to go. Your sources of receiving hazardous weather info and preparedness plans and everything like that. Especially those in Nebraska. I sure hope all of you are heeding the warnings that are coming out. They have been coming out for a while and will be out for more hours. So we hope that you are heeding the warnings if you're in the tornado and severe thunderstorm watches tonight. And we will be back again, as I said, tomorrow evening for our coverage of the moderate risk instead of Minecraft. Don't expect that. But until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you good night and stay safe.